Then, also, while that is happening, right here, there'll also be an EduTech forum. And who is here for the EduTech forum? Who's here because of EduTech forum? Somebody? Okay, I see a hand. Who else? Okay. So the EduTech forum will be happening somewhere around 11:15 till later today, and we'll have a couple of presentations, some keynote presentations, and I've met one of the keynote presenter during a conversation, and he'll be coming here to do that later. Then there'll also be an executive panel discussion, and we break for lunch, and then come back to have technical presentations, case studies, and solution demonstrations. And then there'll be an interactive dialogue and development of EdTech. Then we'll have some closing remarks. Then there's another track, that's HR Tech Forum. Are the HR Tech people here? Let me see your hands. Okay. Okay, so we'll be having that, and the theme for that will be AI-empowered people operations. That's beyond automation to strategic impact. And so there will be later around 11, there will be a welcome address and keynote speech. Then there will also be a goodwill message from some dignitaries. And we'll also be having a panel session on building scalable African tech solutions for workforce productivity. Then there'll also be a video, product presentation, etc. before they break for lunch. And there'll be another panel session. And that panel session will be on digital HR revolution, leveraging AI and technology for African talent management. And there will be some other fun activities later in the afternoon, and fireside conversation on AI-empowered people operations beyond automation to strategic impact. And then there'll be exhibition going on for product demonstrations and etc. And then that'll be it for the day. So we have a couple of people who are ready for the presentation. But Daniel, can you please bring that up before we start the presentation? So I have a digital wheel here that I'll need 3 people to volunteer to come and spin for me. Whatever is there is yours. So 3 volunteers. First person. Show by hand. Hey, okay. I see a lady, please come. Second. I see another hand up there. Now the ladies are coming in strong. And the third person. Okay, I'll call this gentleman. Don't worry, we'll play more, okay? So please come. Oh, let's give them a round of applause as they come. Oh, hello. Please come. Okay, she is coming. Yes. So more ladies and a lesser gentleman. So here's what we are going to do. So because you can't actually spin. Oh, we have 4. Okay, it's fine. You can come. We would let Daniel, who is at the back there, do the spinning for us. But before we do that, you do a quick introduction. You tell us your name, your institution, and then what you actually want to get over there. And then you let Daniel spin for us, and we'll see how it goes. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Amose Jennifer, University of Ghana HR students, level 400. So actually, I don't know what I should expect though, but then I'm open to all surprises.
So Jennifer, you can dance. Jennifer, you can rap. Be ready for that too. Okay, so thank you, Jennifer. Let's give it up for Jennifer, please. Thank you. All right, over to you.
All right, thank you. My name is Shelter Sedem Akato. I'm a behavior technician with Behavior Therapy Ghana and Mulan Neurodiversity School. I'm also a special educator and I do fitness coaching and writing as well on a freelance basis. I'm just here to have a fun experience. Whatever happens, happens.
Awesome. Thank you, Sedem. Let's hear it for Sedem too.
Thank you so much. My name is Yusuf Mohammed, level 400 Human Resource Management student from University of Cape Coast. So aside dancing and rap, I'm here for anything.
Please let's give it up for Yusuf as well.
My name is Lucy Jata. I'm with Luanda Consults. We do recruitment, training, transformational management, and audit. I'm here for one tech solution.
Let's give it up for Lucy and everybody as well. Okay, so people are ready to dance today. Me, that's what I'm looking out for. And I'm sure we have some nice songs up there where we can dance to or rap to. So Jennifer, are you ready? Okay, so let Daniel do the spinning for us and see what we have. So Daniel, you can just tap on it and let's see. Okay, spinning, spinning, spinning. Ay. It hasn't stopped here to. It hasn't stopped here to. Let's give it up for Jennifer. Congratulations. So I have to give you 20 CDs. Okay, so I'll give that to you before you leave today. I promise you. Please give it up for Jennifer as she takes her seat. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you, thank you. All right, Sedem, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, Daniel. Please don't take the 20 Ghana now. The money is not plenty. Hey. Hey. Somebody has come to dance or rap today. Are you ready for Sedem? Sedem, what do you want to do? You dance. Okay. I think we have, what song? What song? Or any song? You dance to any song? Okay, DJ, let's have a nice song for Sedem to dance to today. Thank you very much. Hey. Kakalika on show. Let's go. Hey. Okay. All right. Thank you. Hey. Okay. AJ. One, two, three, let's go. Let's give it up for Sedem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the dance. Charlie, we'll come for dance moves from you. Thank you. Interestingly, they are both from UCC and they are meeting here for the first time, right? Let's give it up for them as well. Yusuf is next. Yusuf, Charlie, somebody just danced, yo. Somebody walked away with 20 CDs. Somebody just danced. What are you ready for? Anything aside dancing? No, but you rap. It's dance or rap. So that one there, just get ready for it. Daniel, please spin for us. Let's see what you have, Yusuf. Okay. Random question. So you are going to ask you a random question. Does anybody have any random question you want to ask Yusuf? Any interesting random question you want to ask Yusuf? Anybody? Anybody? It can be anything at all. Anything doesn't mean anything at all, please. Oh, there's a question there. Let me come to you quickly. Let me just run to you. Not just any question. No. Please, don't go and ask him his girlfriend's name.
Which kind of girl that you want to marry? I'm Thomas Kwesidapa.
Hey, Thomas. Yusuf, this one is not me. Oh. What kind of girl, which kind of girl do you want to marry? Tell us.
All right, thank you. So, with the issue of a lady, anyone who will love me, yes, I'm willing to marry that person.
Hey, let's give it up for Yusuf. Thank you very much, Yusuf. You can take your seats. Thank you so much. Hey, Thomas. Thomas. Daniel, they say make sure she doesn't get down, so. Are you ready? Lucy, are you ready to spin? All right. Let's go. Text solution, text solution, text solution, text solution. Text solution, text solution, text solution. Text solution. Oh, no. Thank you very much, Lucy. But I think you want to talk about a text solution. So maybe you want to give one text solution for Ghana while I give you that 20 Ghana cedi note. So the text solution is one text solution that could probably solve Ghana's issues in any way. So you want to talk about that? Or you want to talk about any tech solution that you love? Or any tech solution around at all? The floor is yours.
I was thinking of a tech solution for my company, so not a tech solution to save Ghana. But there are so many, let me see, I'm trying to get something for Ghana. Disaster, something to do disaster, so that it's easy for people to log into the app to let us know where disasters are happening, so that the disaster response team can quickly go there and assess. Because sometimes it's very difficult to know who is having problem. Before you realize, a lot of people have died. So if you get something, that will be easier for all of us in our house just to click, I'm going through this challenge. Maybe armed robbers has come to my place, I click, or fire or something. It can work.
Please, let's give a huge round of applause to Lucy, Yusuf, Sedem, and Jennifer for coming here to show some love to everybody. Hey, so my 40 cedis is gone. I think that's the end of today's game. Thank you very much. All right, Daniel, thank you. So back to today's agenda, and those who just walked in, thank you for joining day 2 of the ICT week. And today we'll be having a couple of presentations from various institutions. And currently I have on the list from Smart Infraco, and they'll be doing a quick presentation. So with a huge round of applause, I would invite Mr. Alfred Nkro, who is the head of sales and commercial at Smart Infraco. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. And don't drop the applause until he comes up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So do we have his presentation? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alfred, you want to spin? You don't want to spin. Okay, yeah, see.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Thank you all for coming to the National ICT Week celebration. Before we start, let me know those who are using YAM. Anybody using YAM here as their de facto phone? lot of the time when we talk about technology, digital journey, most of the non-technical people think that we are talking from the moon. There are a number of executives who are here, and whenever technology is mentioned, it looks like, oh, that's for IT people. I will try in the next few minutes to demystify that impression and to let the non-technical people see how they can leverage on ICT or technology to run their business instead of adapting the business to the technology available. It's like you've decided to buy a car. You went for the small Yango car. Now that's what you have. If you are going for a race, you need a Ferrari. Your Yango car cannot compete in a Ferrari race. Right or wrong? Okay. A lot of the time, we'll start looking at what we can have as a technology for organization, other than looking at the technology that supports our operation. And many organizations change their direction by virtue of the choice of technology they adopted, other than looking around to just pick what they need. That's the right sizing the technology for their purpose. Today, I'll spend a few minutes just to do that. Alfred Nkro is my name. I represent Smart Infraco, and Smart Infraco is the technical partners for NITA. Together with NITA, we try to drive Ghana's technology agenda by developing platforms that will help everybody, not just government institutions, but everybody to be able to accelerate the digital journey. The foundations for those platforms are connectivity, co-location, cloud, and security. In the digital space, there are quite a number of challenges that organizations are facing, and it's affecting their digital adoption journey. One of which is the high operational cost. CapEx is huge as far as technology is concerned, and many of us do not have the capital to be able to invest in adequate technology to support our growth. Network instability. I'm sure there are two companies that every day we mention them. The network, I'm out of coverage area. We know them. Cybersecurity has become a major issue that a few years ago nobody heard about, but today none of us can ignore the impact of cybersecurity, especially when you are running a business. The other thing is the scalability, which I try to illustrate by the Yango car versus the Ferrari. You bought a small technology. As your business grows, technology needs to evolve. Unfortunately, if you're not very careful, you find yourself in a situation where your technology consumption is competing with your core business because of the inability to scale up your technology choices with respect to your business growth. Last but not the least, the complexity of the ICT environment. We try to develop user-friendly, scalable solutions that organizations can just pick. It's like you've gone to a restaurant where you opt for a buffet. You can take a bit and pieces of every food that you like that can satisfy your desire. That's the kind of solution that Smart Infraco, together with NITA, will bring into the market. On our connectivity journey, currently we manage the metro fiber, Accra, Ho, Tamale, a vast array of the LTE network, and most importantly, the Eastern Corridor, which have upgraded to 100 gig from here to Kulungugu. So anybody at all who is looking for connectivity along these routes, within the metro or across the nation, we are the right partners to be able to support you. Incidents of network choking, overutilization are all addressed by the upgrade that we did. We have a big nationwide backbone that will be able to carry the traffic across. Not just organizations, the technology service providers across the various districts will be able to carry your traffic across the country. One of the things that I also want to emphasize is our infrastructure, internal infrastructure. We work with a number of organizations, and one of the complaints that they always have is that, oh, the service is not working. But when you go in, it's not the internet or it's not the connectivity from external sources. It is the internal network. Some of the buildings are as old as Methuselah, and during the construction, they put some land in there. And ever since that infrastructure was deployed, nobody else has touched it. Oh, the cable is there. You plug it in, today it works, tomorrow it doesn't work. Maybe they will chew by cockroaches or other things. But there are new technologies that you can easily scale. Most of the organizations that we work with, I've seen some of my customers at the back there. We work with them, look at exactly what they are delivering. We send our engineers to sit with them, assess the internal structures and their journey into the future. Some we move all of the cable and just do wireless. Some will have a split 40-60 LAN, some 80-20 wireless LAN. Now, wireless technology has grown significantly, so there are adequate securities in place to ensure that whatever we deploy will fit your purpose. And let us not ignore the importance of secure LAN. Whether you are on the cloud or everywhere else, if your LAN infrastructure is weak, you've opened the doors for the criminals, or if you handing over your access key to the thieves to visit you. We want to talk about unsecure network, and our objective is to deliver interagency, intercompany, robust, reliable infrastructure for all organizations. Now we talk about the data center, the flexibility with which we need to work. A lot of organizations are still deploying in-house data center. And if you are a business executive here, please visit your data center and see what is there. At best, you have 4 racks. The question then is, do your 4 racks merit the running cost of your genset 24/7 genset? Does your 2 racks merit the cost of retrofitting an office, the capital intensity of running or building a data center and running it? Why don't you move all of those into national data center where power is guaranteed? We have 3-tier power. We have solar doing about 30%. We have genset standby. And we have the ECG from 2 different power stations. So you are not going to be worried about whether there's going to be light off or any other thing. There's always power at the national data center to run your business. All the other incidental costs are taken away. All you need to do is bring your rack to the data center, or bring your servers to the data center. There's already pre-configured or pre-structured racks that you slot in your servers, plug, and you are ready to go. If you have a very, very sensitive environment, for example, financial institutions, we have white space. Clearly, there's designated areas where we can cordon it off. You come in and set up your own infrastructure, then run. All the other facilities from security, connectivity, etc., are all present. Interestingly, the National Data Center, or Ghana Data Center, is the internet exchange, the National Internet Exchange. So all the ISPs, all the telcos are there. You don't necessarily have to rely on infrastructure from Smart Infraco. But any service provider of your choice is a career-neutral environment. So any service provider of your choice can support you from the National Data Center. Talk about plug and play, and all the services that I mentioned earlier on, you get connectivity there. You have the cloud infrastructure at the National Data Center. NITA SOC is there. Various security service providers, as in cybersecurity service providers, are also co-located there. So all the services that you require to be able to run an effective organization are located at the National Data Center. Just a one-stop shop, get in the environment, and you'll be able to run your business effectively. These are some of the values that we have at the National Data: advanced security, precision cooling, The environment is conducive for all types of businesses, redundant power, and your data is in Ghana. This is some of the things that the cybersecurity authorities and data protection have been emphasizing. When you go on some of this global cloud environment, you only know how to where you subscribe to, but where your data resides is not known to you. We talk about cloud as if it's the heaven going. It's just an infrastructure that is you are interfacing with. Your data is still sitting on a physical infrastructure. And your right to that data depends on the country in which that data is hosted. This is a very, very important part. If you want that data and the laws maybe become another Strait of Hormuz, what do? You want your data and they say there's a sanction on the country, nothing goes out. What do? You lose your right to your data. And your data, intellectual property, staff information, or corporate information are all part of your organizational assets. So it is important that you put your data or you situate your data in an environment where you understand the laws and you have right over the data, rather than allowing foreign environment or any other organization to carry it to a place that you cannot even litigate. We also have a cloud resident in Ghana. We have a cloud infrastructure. The partnership has also deployed a cloud infrastructure resident here in Ghana. Most of our organizations are currently being deployed, or services are being deployed on the G Cloud. We call the G Cloud, hosted here in Ghana with all the elements of an enterprise-grade cloud infrastructure that organizations need. Within there, we have the hosting, we have the primary in Accra, and backup in Kumasi. The data center as well, we're the only organization that runs as in NITA Smart Infraco, organizations that have both the primary and secondary backup in Ghana today. And both places has the cloud infrastructure. So we're looking at hosting, backup, storage, disaster recovery, and security. Those who already have the in-house cloud infrastructure, you can still back up to the National Data Center. There are some people who are on different versions of the cloud software. We have a way of converting wherever you are, whatever you are doing, into the VMware that's currently at the National Data Center. Issues that we want to solve is operability and compliance. Talent gap. A lot of us, again, ignore the impact of the skills that we need to be able to run effective ICT or technology solution for organizations. The space is becoming very, very broad, and it's difficult to get one person, practically impossible to get one person that traverses all the wide space of technology. Over time, what organizations tend to do is that they recruit somebody for infrastructure, they recruit somebody for connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, when the core business of the organization is suffering from staff shortage. And to the extent that you cannot cover the space, it's like being half pregnant. The baby is not growing properly, and you cannot take it out as well. That's where you find yourself in. What we're saying is that move all of those complexities into an environment where they specialize, they have a large pool of skills that is able to help you in whatever choices of technology that you want to consume. I talked about the flexibility already. I talked about data sovereignty, inherent compliance. Because of the role of NITA as a regulator, we are trying to get all the certifications that Bank of Ghana, the cybersecurity authorities, the data protection authorities, etc., everything that the government requires to have a stable, secure environment in Ghana. We're working to get all the certifications at the National Data Center. So when you are moving in, the fact that you are there means that the responsibility of compliance is already lifted off your shoulder. You're going to have a reliable, compliant environment that you can operate without fear. We talk about financial stewardship, radically changing your cost profile. CapEx is hard to come by. You cannot continuously invest in technology alone when you have a core business to run, especially when you're not an ICT organization. At what point in time are you going to sacrifice your core business to the supporting unit that's supposed to support the business? If you are not into technology, then the technology you are choosing is a support function. So don't allow a support function to compete under any circumstance with your core business. Right sizing is another thing that a lot of organizations overlook. When you are designing your in-house solution, you look at your budget, you look at your strategy for the next 5 years. We are going to grow from A to point B. You're going to, based on those projections, you go and buy your technology choices. It's like buying an 80-seater bus when you only have 20 school children. You might increase to cover the 80-seater bus within your projected period, or you might not. If you are not able to achieve it, what are you going to do with the empty seats? So our proposition is that you need to right-size your business. Capital is hard. Fortunately, in recent times, Ghana cedi is stable. But even though it's stable, it's still very, very scarce to come by. If you are selling, you understand how difficult it is for companies who are buying from you to even pay you. It's hard. And if you are the finance director here, you know how much magic you have to do to be able to pay your suppliers. If you are going through those challenges, why then are you over-engineering the solution? Why are you carrying costs that you don't need? And our request to you is this: you don't need to. If you are doing that in this day and era, it's a choice. But you can avoid it by just selecting what exactly you need at every point in time. As I said, the buffet example that I gave. When you go there and it's just 2 pieces of chicken wing that you want, pick it. If it's just these pieces that you want, you pick. There's a defined price that you pay. And when you come to us, for the period of your contract, you have a fixed price denominated in Ghana cedis for the contract period. When we get to renewal, we can still negotiate. I won't lose your business on price. Okay? I will not let go of a business, a Ghanaian business, simply because after the initial contract period, we cannot disagree. We hardly disagree post-initial contract period. Budget predictability. You are clear in your mind. There are no variances. If you are a finance director here, at the end of the month when you are doing variance analysis, Smart Infraco NITA will not be part of your variance analysis because we give you a very, very predictable bill. No shocks, no surprises, no hidden charges. It is what it is. It is what you have seen. And then we are looking at your critical infrastructure. One is compromising. We've identified, when I get to the cybersecurity space, I'll talk a little bit about it. But human layer is one of the critical factors contributing about 90% of all cybersecurity compromises. And they were looking at your terminals, your phones, your laptop, your computers, internet, etc., etc. We're creating an environment where you have control, seamless control over what gets used on your network and what doesn't, so that you are not exposed. We protect your critical assets, and we have a team resident here in Ghana that are responding to you 365 days a year, 7 days a week, and 24 hours a day. All future expansions are absolutely on us. You don't have to worry about it. New technologies, patches, upgrades, all of that's on us. You just have to use. If you are doing in-house deployment, if you delay in any of those patches, you expose your network and you'll be completely up to date. The last one that we need to be minded about is the rate of technology evolution, creating frequent obsolescence within the technology choices that we are making. We try to overcome all of those by taking off the responsibility from you, putting it on our ass, and then you are just using what you require. In our the cybersecurity space, the trend has been a layer defense system. You buy different platforms to be able to address your cybersecurity challenges. But what again we have observed is that you are getting your staff to be sitting behind your cybersecurity operating center, analyzing logs, human fatigue testing, and you have data or logs from isolated layers of platforms that you are deploying. We have a partnership with Trend Micro that is using AI to address all of your human factors in the cybersecurity space. And it doesn't matter whether it's a Trend Micro related platform or a third-party platform. We can do API integration, and this AI is scanning your entire digital environment, bringing out what is relevant, and they have lots of data over the period. So they are correlating the traffic against the pre-existing data that they have. Any abnormalities are flagged, summarized, and presented to you, other than getting staff to be sitting behind. So on a single platform or interface, you have your own visibility of your entire digital environment, which gives you the ability to predict and prevent threats before they crystallize. This is an outlook of that journey. If you look at the right here, we have the AI scanning all your front-end devices. Okay. Here, it looks at all your entry points into your network, be it your laptop, your desktop, your servers, all the entry points. It's continually scanning to see where the vulnerabilities are. How will the bad guys enter your network? When that is done, the other side is protecting all the critical assets that you have. In between, the AI is scanning to see how anybody who enters your environment will be able to traverse your network to get closer to your digital space or digital asset, critical assets. So we have the AI-powered platform integrating all applications, including third-party, complete assessment of risk across the entire network, and using the AI to rank your traffic and your exposure, summarizing to enable you to elevate your security into a strategic innovation. Why choose us? Because we are reliable, we provide secure, scalable, and reliable foundation needed to run your digital ambition into reality. After this, our booth is in the corner just after the staircase, or you can contact us at info@smartinfraco.com. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Let's do better for Alfred. Maybe we'll give opportunity for one or two questions. No? You have one question. Okay, so let me just bring you the mic quickly. So give it to him.
Thank you. I'm Abubakari Sadiq Adams. Actually, the data sovereignty and digital sovereignty aspect, we've been doing research on that, and we realized that the .gov and the email service is powered by Microsoft 365. But Microsoft 365 doesn't have a server in Ghana. Yes. So I don't know how you work with it, because I was asking the question, I asked some people at NITA, but I was not getting the information. I don't know whether you mirror the Microsoft 365 at your data center so that we use, which is still doesn't mean that the data is here completely. Or is it that you have a special agreement that the service for Ghana government alone is stored here, meaning our emails and everything are stored here. What is the way, the structure you have for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We don't manage the email platform. That's outside our scope. The .gov platform is hosted at the data center, but we don't manage the content. It's outside the scope of the partnership that we have with NITA, so I wouldn't be able to address the specifics. Again, in our environment, that also gives you the flexibility. We provide the infrastructure for you to do what you need to do, but we don't go in there to see what you are doing. Okay. The only time that we may have to go is when there's a court order that you are misbehaving. That one, all confidentialities are broken when the court says otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, we have more questions. Sorry. Apologies. Can I get the ushers to kindly get the microphone to move around? More questions. Please show my hand again. Here, okay.
Yeah, my name is James La, MD for NITA. I like the information you have shared. In fact, from yesterday and today, I want to commend the Ghana government for the commitment to investing into IT. I believe it's the right way to go. However, we have a number of things, platforms that need integration so that we are focused on where we are going. I want to find out, because you've indicated you manage the National Data Center. Normally, we have this common saying that don't put your eggs in one basket. I want to find out whether you have a backup system for the National Data Center so that, you know, any disaster can come anytime and the center may be affected. Is there a way you can think of building a backup? For me, I've seen this as a very useful thing. Contributing a fee annually for your data to be saved somewhere rather than trying to build your own layers is better. But I want to check whether there's a plan to provide a backup just in case this one doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very nice one. So the National Data Center, as we have today in Accra, is a certified Tier 3. We have a certified Tier 2 in Kumasi that provides the backup. I indicated that the cloud environment, whatever we have in Accra, is also replicated in Kumasi. In addition to that, you can also take a backup where the same data is stored. You can decide to do a disaster recovery. There are all options that varies from organization, or the needs vary from organization to organization. So if there are specific requirements for any organization, we can still speak to you, which is why we have our engineers. All our migrations with customers, be it co-location, be it cloud, we have our cloud engineers who sit with you, do a full assessment before you start migration, especially when you don't have the in-house resources. And we don't charge for those ones. Thank you very much.
So I think for the sake of time, she has the microphone. Alfred is still around. You can engage him for that. So I'll give you the opportunity. Kindly give us your name, your institution, and your question.
My name is Yvonne Mamle Addison. Well, I'd like to find out, you were saying that with the trend AI, it takes care of the logins and all that. So what happens to the human factor that is behind the servers that are also working? What do you do with them? Because you're saying that the trend AI is going to take care of all the risks, the threats that come in. In as much as we are here as people, we need to upskill. We need the human resource as well to also work together for our infrastructure and our ICT. So I'm looking at what happens to the human, the people that are also working? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The AI is not taking the human's job. The AI is only helping the human to be efficient. When you sit behind computer, looking at logs, your attention span cannot span beyond 2 hours if you are superhuman. The rest will pass through without you knowing. But how comfortable will life be if you have an AI who is alerting you, okay, watch this server, there's an intrusion here, or this is what we are seeing. It's not clear now. However, correlating it with our history, there's likely to be a potential intruder into your network. So at every point in time, we have somebody who is directing you to focus your attention on the right places, other than just looking at a screen that after some time your eyes become watery and you lose concentration. So the AI is helping you to be efficient as a human being. AI is helping you to be able to protect your infrastructure other than taking the work away from you. Thank you.
Thomas, I'll take your question for him, please, okay?
In fact, even if you want 100 GB, we are talking about 5 terabytes, that's a lot of data. Even if you want 100 GB, we can support you. It's scalable. So we have those who are doing high compute or who require high compute power, and people who are just doing hosting. So if you are just doing hosting, shared environment, we can provide that. If you start doing high computing or require high computing infrastructure, we'll be able to meet that as well. That's the scalability factor at the National Data Center. Listen, if you have two URAC, we can still provide services for you. We don't discriminate against anybody. That's why we call it the Ghana Data Center. Everything that you require, everybody who comes, we try to craft a solution to support it. And the most important one is those who are not tech-savvy. We try to extend our technical expertise to ensure that they are making the right decision, not just on price, not just on the hype, but something that helps the organization to grow or to traverse the digital journey. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give it up for Alfred Nkro from Smart Infraco. Oh, let's do better for him, please, please. Thank you very much. So I'd like to do a quick acknowledgement of sponsors. So our sponsors for the ICT week, we have Broad Spectrum, Smart Infraco, Huawei Technologies, GDS Africa, MTN Everywhere You Go, Margins Group, IPMC, we have C Squared, we have Mingo Blocks. Please, let's give it up for our sponsors for this year's ICT week. Then for our partners, we have HR Focus, we have Mest Africa, we have IIPGH, and then Kweku Tech. Please, let's give it up for our partners as well. Okay, so that was a presentation by Alfred from Smart Infraco on Smart Infraco, and thank you for your various questions. So we'll be having various presentations. Up next will be coming, there'll be another presentation from Passport Office. Then we'll have one from the Ghana National Fire Service and DVLA as well. So Ghana National Fire Service and DVLA, please get ready while we introduce Alfred Owusu-Darkwa from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Passport Office. Please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Alfred. And as he comes to do a quick demonstration, we would have about 10 minutes for that, and then we can allow Q&A and we proceed. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I want to first say the greetings from the Honorable Foreign Minister and our Chief Director and Director Passport. They wish they could be here today, but unfortunately, they were all engaged. But for us today, we're going to be talking about the transformation of the passport application process and our platforms. So, passport service delivery has changed fundamentally. When we first started passports in Ghana and around the world, we used to fill these manual forms where it was about 4 pages or so, handwritten, sometimes ineligible, and very confusing for our staff members, because after they would fill manually, we would have to go behind a computer and then type this information. So there was a lot of data loss in there, and some data integrity was lost. And now we've moved over to the online biometric verification, which is our chip-embedded passport, which now we also offer tracking and delivery for our citizens. So as I was saying, again, with the paper forms, when it came to it, you would have to go queue at the bank to purchase the forms. And what we saw a lot was that there was also revenue lossage during that process, because when they had to go queue at the bank and buy manual forms, we saw a lot of forged forms coming into the system. People would go and make forgery forms. Again, they had to complete everything by hand. We had to scan the documents, and then they had to come back to the passport office to do collection. The first time passport office went online, we had a lot of challenges because it was new to the Ghanaian citizen. So the first time we went online, we had a partner that we helped us do online service, which it wasn't fully online because we were still running it side to side with the manual and the online platform. Again, it was the first time that we had a dedicated passport office login and registration. People can submit the forms online, and it was a guided entry point for people to know exactly where it was going. And we started to roll it out at our Accra Passport Center because it was our largest passport center at that time. So when we want to roll out technology, sometimes they say start at your smallest location and then move your way on. But at that time, we wanted to see how it would go on a large-scale item. So we did it at our Accra Passport Application Center. Then in last 2025, we launched the chip-embedded passport. With the launch of the chip-embedded passport came new innovations and new technology for us. We upgraded our back end with a lot more technology to verify people's fingerprints, facial recognitions, and so forth. The passport was upgraded to the chip embedded, so now we were writing data onto the passport, and then we centralized the passport because we had to do a PKI, a public key infrastructure, so that now when you're doing your Ghanaian passport, you can no longer issue it in a different country. All passports have to be issued in Ghana. Before, you can get your passport issued in Washington, you can get it issued in London, China, and they would print it out because we were using a regular printer that would print onto the passport, and there was no chip encoded on it. So if someone would be able to get a hold on that passport, they can forge a Ghanaian passport. So with that in mind, that's when we launched the chip embedded. We want to centralize the passport system and do it only in Ghana and write with a PKI. Then the service made it a lot faster, simpler, and more secure. We updated our website to now also help our clients with all the required information. That is the biggest thing that our Honorable Minister wanted us to do, provide information to applicants. Why your passport application is delayed, where is your passport application, when it's being delivered. So at every stage and point, there's communication with our client. And that was a big thing that we wanted to do when we were launching the chip-embedded passport. So again, as you can see, some of our timelines. In 2010 and earlier, we were doing the biometric passports, which is your green book where you can print it anywhere. 2016 came along, and then we launched the first online platform where we were running it side by side with the manual platform so that we didn't fully integrate it out and getting people accustomed to it. By 2020, we had fully integrated to the online platform. So now, if you're in Accra, Kumasi, Guangzhou, Berlin, everywhere, you had to go to the online platform and fill it out. But at that time too, there was multiple online platforms because our missions were running a separate online platform. Locally, we were running a separate online platform. So now it became chaotic because now all the data from these platforms had to come into one repository at our head office and then let the data go through. So again, we had to synchronize it and make it a one-step platform. Then when 2025 rolled out, we rolled out the chip-embedded passport. Now everything became centralized. And as we're going in 2026, again, we introduced tracking of your passport, support a 24-hour call center, and all of those new innovations. So now, the flow for our citizens was the first thing that we wanted to know because the journey is really important to passport office, how someone acquires the passport. They go online, they pay online, they book a convenient appointment. We do identity verification, which is the physical vetting for them to come in, let them ask questions to ascertain the Ghanaianness. Then we process and produce the passport, and then we let them track and receive it with our courier service. And again, we partnered with a few courier services to do deliveries, i.e. Ghana Post and Shark Express, so that we can help innovate it, so that now no longer do you have to come back to the passport office and queue. As soon as it's done, it gets delivered to a location. So we integrated APIs with Ghana Post on our website. So when you're filling the forms and you get to delivery, you can put in your Ghana Post location or any landmark locations. We process that data. Then when the carrier service picks it up, they also are able to verify that data and go forward with that. Then again, as I was talking, we centralized production. With the centralization of production, it gave us more oversight over our passport, meaning that now we didn't have any passports sitting in any foreign country. All passports are centralized here. So we pick the passports from our stock, we print it, then we deliver it. Even to mission, we print all of our mission passports here in Ghana, then we send it back. So we took the same queue as some of our foreign partners that also do the same thing, i.e. the US, the UK. When the citizens are applying, they print it at the country, then they ship it back to the Ghana. Again, applications from PACs are processed through a standardized production, and like I already repeated, sorry. Then every chip-embedded passport is encoded and verified. Again, when your data is approved, goes through certain verifications, we encode it into the chip. I forgot to bring the passport today, so I would have showed you there. So we encode it so that whenever we need to pull the data, it's on the chip encoded. There's 2 chips in the passport where we can inform you where one is, but we can't inform you where the other one is for security reasons. So if you ever scan your passport or get missing, then we know how to identify that it's actually a Ghanaian passport. And then we have a lot of security features in there. Some of our strategic partners that Passport Office and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has worked with is Ghana.gov for our payment platform. We were very keen on using Ghana.gov as a payment platform because it is a local online platform, and we wanted to make sure that all our revenues, everything is tracked on a government platform rather than going to Square, going to any other online platform. We wanted to give that service to Ghana.gov to work with. We work with National Signals Bureau as our area for data recovery sites. They have one of our data recovery sites that we hold. We work with NITA because NITA provides us the PKIs for our service so that we can help encode it. For some of our technology partners, we work with Biometric Travel Solutions. This is our first and foremost partner in passport acquisition. We work with Ghana Post and Shark Express for our delivery, and then we work with Impact Technology. The reason we work with Impact Technology is that when it came to Shark Express and Ghana Post, they have their own internal tracking. But for government, we needed to put all of that tracking into a repository so that we didn't have to rely on that partner at any point to get our own data. So we said that, okay, if you have your own online platform, you should also align it with one of our softwares that we've purchased and we're using in-house, so that if at any point we sever any relationship, we also have the data and you have the data, so that we have our data integrity. So it was a big push for us to do that, so that when they say a passport was delivered but the applicant is complaining that they didn't get it, we can also look on our platform and confirm if it was delivered or not, as a backup on the situation there. Some of the innovations now covers, like, again, we have a full online passport application. You book your appointment online, you do everything online. You pay online, you fill your forms online. It's just that you need to come in for physical vetting. We do the digital payments with Ghana.gov. We verify biometric. Again, we're aligned with NIA as well too, because we have NIA data coming into Passport Office to now also verify that the data that you're claiming to be is also what NIA has, because we've had a lot of data integrity on some of those things. Chip embedded electronic tracking, courier delivery. We offer a 24-hour service. So we do printing 24 hours. So our passports are being printed in a shift. So again, within the day we print all day, but there's an hour break so that the machines can rest for wear and tear. But within the 24 hours, we're always printing. We're also doing electronic vetting, making sure that the data that you're providing is always accurate. And then we created a 24-hour call center. So from Monday to Friday, and then Saturday morning until 10 a.m., we have a 24-hour call center that's answering all calls from Ghana and abroad. So that is why we do 24 hours, because some of our compatriots are in Guangzhou, China, and then they're trying to apply for a passport, and then there's an issue. So we had to institute a 24-hour call center if we were going to centralize printing only in Ghana. So since the launch of the chip embedded, again, just this year, from 1st January to 17th, which was yesterday, we received 285,760 passport applications. Out of that, we've printed 790 passports. The 5,000, again, it could be because the passport application is on hold for further verification and so forth. We also initiated a 24-hour passport. So now within 24 hours, you can actually get your passport. So that initiative came around November, when our Honorable Minister saw there was a need for a 24-hour passport, because people would get to the airport, realize that there's no more pages left on their passport, or their passport are expired, and they need that passport within 24 hours. So since the launch, we've done about 3,453. Our call center complaint rate is at a 92.8, because there's an SLA between us and them to make sure that they're always picking up a call. And again, some of our softwares we have internally is tracking the calls. It's always monitored, it's always recorded. It shows how long a person was on call, if the call was abandoned, what happened, so that we can also track these things that, okay, if your service went down, when did it go down? Was it on our end? Was it on the network carrier's end, or so forth? We created 7 new packs, so now there's 7 new passport offices across the region. So now every region has a passport center. And since the launch of all those 7 new packs, we've done about 13,161 applications between all 7 of those packs. Okay, so what we've seen is, again, the experience of passports provides a... Okay, so again, the design was centered around our applicant's journey. We looked at reliable connectivity because we wanted to provide our Ghanaian institutes with more leverage instead of looking for external partners. So that's why we worked with some of these partners. We did an interoperability look and saw that there was a lot of things that weren't all in common, so we made sure that we became one common standard through the Passport Application Center. The citizen education requires application errors and depends on intermediaries. We removed that by providing more information. The reason why, if you recently saw from Ghana Statistical Service, Passport Office has reduced in the level of corruption. because we provided more information to our clients. We told them, if you are applying for a new passport, these are the requirements. If you're doing a change of name, this is the requirement. If you're doing a renewal, this is the requirement. If you're minor, we put a lot of FAQs on our website so that instead of them going through a third party trying to get these answers, they can simply go onto the platform and see these questions that people are asking, and then help get it answered. And cybersecurity and privacy and business continuity must be built-in from the onset. Again, that is why we have our data redundancy. We have servers sitting here in Accra and some in another location in Ghana, and then we're looking even elsewhere for better data reliance in case we have an outage or anything like that. The next stages that we're looking at is, again, securing data exchanges. Because we're working with a lot of partners, we want to make sure that when we're exchanging data, it is allowed and then it works well. Common verification standard, making sure that all our standards are aligned with NIA, DVLA, BEF, and DEFs, because we work with all of these institutions. So we're trying to make sure that our common verification standards cuts across. Integrated digital service, again, deepening our ties with certain institutions, Ghana.gov, NIA, BEF, and DEF, because we've heard that they've now have an online database and all of those things, so we're trying to work with them. Shared reliance, again, coordinate cybersecurity monitoring, again, with some of our partners at NSB and all of those that are helping us deal with that. Data-driven plan where we're making decisions and all of that. We have data to help guide us. And service beyond Ghana. Again, our missions are some of our biggest complaints because the services that they receive abroad, they expect it when they get to their mission. So making sure that the same type of service delivery that we're giving them here in Ghana, they're also getting it at our missions. And again, I would like to end and say thank you. If there's any questions or anything like that, we're here to answer.
Please, let's give Alfred a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for that presentation. And for the sake of time, I'm going to allow just 2 questions, please. So I see one hand up here, and any other hand? Thomas has spoken, you haven't spoken, so I'm going to give you and you the opportunity. Can we have the microphone given to him, please? So next presentation is going to be from the Ghana National Fire Service. So we'll prepare for that. If Salom Brantier is ready, we'll do that quickly. So brief question, please. Be straightforward.
Thank you, Alfred, for the presentation. My name is C.C. Abraham. Yeah, I'm interested in the journey for the applicants for the passports. Especially the third part of the flow, the payments digitally. Is that payment just via mobile money, or it allows for Visa and other options of payments?
Let's have the second question. All right. Thank you, Abraham. Next question, please.
Hello, my name is Frempong. I want to
Sorry, your name again?
Frempong. I want to know the time the data online application lasts. Maybe you did the online application and then after going for the verification, identity verification, you realize that your name on your Ghana card is not the same on your birth cert, and then you have to go and then change some of these things. How long would the data on the online last for? Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham, and thank you, Frempong. So over to you, Alfred.
All right, so with the first question, our online payment platform takes a different payment platform. We do Momo, Bank, USSID, and yes, that is what we have right now. Bank, USSID, and then Momo. So for any of your courier services, you can pay with that. Thank you. Then the second question. when it comes to seeing that your details are different, we allow you to, that's why we allow for you to book your own appointment. When you start filling the application, okay, let me talk about what was in the past. Before we moved to the chip embedded, for you to start the passport application, you had to first pay before you can start filling the forms. And we saw that that was very inconducive to a lot of people because they would pay, later find out that there's a situation, and then they couldn't go back. So what we did was we redesigned the forms. Now you fill out the forms, fill it out completely before making payment. So at any point, if you see that your details are not matching, your application is still open. As soon as you finalize your application, confirming that all the details match, then you are allowed to book your appointment. But if you arrive to the passport application center and then you realize it at that point, we give you, I believe, up to a year to come back to the office and then complete your passport application. So it's up to a year. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Alfred. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Alfred. Thank you very much. So we are going to proceed to the next presentation from Ghana National Fire Service, and the person going to do is in the person of Selom Brantier. So he'll come and introduce himself and give us that presentation. Please let's welcome Selom with a huge round of applause. Welcome, Selom.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, warm compliments from the GNFS. Unfortunately, because we are just about going live with our service, they have not been able to come here, so I'm representing them as one of the private partners on the project to showcase how a security service like the Ghana National Fire Service is also joining the digital age by automating their systems. So at the Ghana National Fire Service, we have realized that there has been, or the Ghana National Fire Service provides what we call fire certificates and fire permits, which should be available in every building, including this one and your homes. However, what has happened is the fact that because there has been no digital intervention in what is a purely manual process, you have a situation that is very inefficient, and that also makes getting or obtaining a fire certificate or a fire permit very difficult. Currently, the turnaround time for a fire certificate is almost about 6 months. Now, imagine if you were going to get a loan or you needed to insure your property for any reason. It meant that you would have to look for the nearest fire station, walk to the fire station, tell them that you want a fire permit, wait for an officer to be available, ask or beg the officer to come to your premises, have them inspect your premises, go home, go back to their office, write a report, escalate the report to the regional fire officer, escalate the report to the national level, even before you'll be able to get the certificate. I mean, all of us are in Ghana. We all know how difficult that process is going to be. In light of that, and seeing that only 25,000 fire certificates across the country were issued last year, the GNFS has decided to go digital. So we have come up with what we call the Automated Fire Compliance and Safety System. So current situation is just like that. So think about all those rectangles there as paper documents that are in the system currently. What we need to do is to find a way to ensure that we can streamline the process to ensure that the chaos that exists today does not exist anymore. And by doing that, we are incorporating modern ICT technology to ensure that we have a system where people like you and me, from the comfort of our homes, can apply for these fire certifications. First of all, not only because we need to have them for applying for loans and things like that, but because it is actually statutory that, or it is mandatory that every house have one. The reason is that we need to ensure that every house is safe. You and I both know how much fires have impacted our houses and our properties in recent days. We do not want to come to places like this, very beautiful auditoriums like this, and see that they are not fire safe. If you look up right now, you would see that there is an extinguisher on your left side and there's an extinguisher on your right side. All of these need to be tagged, and all of these need to be inventory to ensure that if a building is fire compliant, it can allow people to come and stay in the building. So that is the essence of what we are doing here. Unfortunately, because we work in a country where some of these systems have not been there for a while, what has happened is that a lot of people who should have fire certification on their premises actually forge these certificates. And because there is no way to determine how we can find out whether their certificates are original or not, many people are escaping the net of compliance by by contracting people who are not certified or authorized to be doing these things. I mean, you and I both know that if you go to a nice place like NIMA and you get a very good, graphic designer, they can forge any document you want. So we are creating a system where it is very centralized. Like the previous speaker said, we are also integrating all of these things to ensure that we can do these things in such a way that they are streamlined and then they can be tracked. So what are we looking at? We are looking at a system where we are transforming all the application processes into a digital approach. And in that digital approach, it means that from next month ongoing, fire officers are going to be visiting offices and homes and churches, our mosques, our banks, etc. And they are going to come with their field applications, they are going to come with their mobile tablets, and they are going to take data for all of those who have never been compliant. And when they take that data, they are going to also enable and enroll people who have not been compliant to be on the system. And basically what we want to do is that, just like how you saw the chaos, now there is order. We want to ensure that that order comes also by coming with secure data that is integral to what we do. So what we are doing is that we are also connecting our data sources, just like the previous speaker said, with the Office of the Registrar of Companies, which we all used to call Registrar General. We are also combining our data with institutions like the Bank of Ghana, so that if you are going to get a loan, for example, the detection or the verification of your fire certificates and fire permits will be automatic. We are also going to integrate our information with the GRA so that in future, your compliance does not just mean that you are getting a fire permit in isolation. That data will be married even with your Ghana card details. And this is in compliance with what NITA is trying to do to ensure that all government services have data sources that integrate with each other. So we are joining this by also ensuring that we create that seamless system. So whether it's a field officer, whether it's an applicant, whether it's a regulator, or whether it is people who want assurance. Now, Ghana National Fire Service has created the platform called AFCAS that is going to ensure a seamless integration of all of these. The mechanics of these will be announced very shortly to the public, but this is an example of how technology and innovation can marry with mandatory activity to ensure that we create the best synergies for the country. So, from application all the way to renewing your fire certification, which should be done annually, we have streamlined the process, we have digitized the process, and we are now ready to serve the country. Thank you very much.
Please, one more time for Selom. He actually did it under time, and I'm really happy about that. So again, for the sake of time, 2 questions. Selom will still be around to engage. Does anybody have a question? To my right. Any question here? Center, left. I think you were so on point that you got anything. You want to add something? That's it. All right. Please give it up for Selom. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And finally, we have one presentation from DVLA, and this is in the person of Jacob Randolph. He's the manager MIS, and I think Kofi Ansa Apenteng, assistant manager technical DVLA. Please, do we have them here? Do we have them here, please? Okay, oh, he's come. Please, let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this will be the last presentation, and then we proceed.
Yeah, I'm just with my co-host. Just come when you get. Okay, maybe I'll use this one. Hello. I will say good morning to everyone. My name is Mr. Jacob Randolph from DVLA IT. I'm here to take you through our digital transformation. So let me go back. So we are saying digital transformation, a roadmap for modern vehicle and driver. Sorry. Hello? That's fine, it's fine. Yeah. So we are saying a roadmap for modern vehicle driver and compliance system. So currently, as we speak, these are the main 5 digital transformation agenda that DVLA has for the public. So we are saying that we have the registration and identification of vehicle registration, driver licensing, number plates, and VIN verification. Then we also have the roadworthiness and inspection, where we have roadworthiness renewal, vehicle inspection, PVTS, and driving schools. Then we also have the compliance and enforcement, where we have the roadside checks, infractions, suspensions and unsuspensions, and crash data. Then we also have the customer experience and payments. That is when we're talking of digital payments, online services, and SMS notification. We also have the data analytics and integration, records digitization, interagency data sharing, and decision support systems. So basically, the digital transformation of DVLA rides on these 5 main agendas. Now, going through this, we go through and want to drill down to what we mean by these digital, what we call it, the transformation. The first one we are talking of is the registration and identification. We are saying that when we come to digital vehicle registration, we have the online registration where applicants can go online to start their vehicle registration application. Then we go through the digital capture and verification of ownership and electronic vehicle records. All these things can be done digitally. Whilst you go on, you can also have the digital driver licensing, where we have the online license application and renewal, same like the vehicle registration. When we have the digital driver records, we have the biometric identification and verification. Then we have the number plate management, where we are coming up with a new number plate, where you have this electronic number plate allocation, verification of registration plates, detection of fake, clone, or unauthorized plates. Then we have the vehicle ID and the VIN verification, electronic verification of all of the chassis, identification of suspected clone vehicles, records for tempered and alterated chassis and things. So we are saying that all these things is about applications and infrastructure. Now DVLA has put together stringent infrastructure that is in-house based, that all these applications we are going to do runs on them. So basically, all these things you are saying there, or we are saying here, we are going to interact, that is the users are going to interact with systems that have been built, which are sometimes mobile and sometimes they are on kiosks and online, that you can go online and do these kind of, what we call it, registrations, when you have to, you as an applicant have to get a driver's license, or you have to go ahead and do your vehicle registration. In this state, I would like to call on Mr. Kofi Apenti. He's going to take you to the next slides where compliance will be the main aspect of other things you have to get from here. So Kofi, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do more of the compliance and enforcement activity. So basically, when we talk about compliance, we are talking about road safety. As the saying goes, DVLA, your safety is our concern. So when it comes to integration, compliance has to work with National Road Safety, MTTD, and any other law enforcement body. My colleague was explaining something we call the clone chassis. So our chief executive brought in a system, that's what we call the OBDI machines, where we use that to check the VIN numbers. I want to explain it to the ground level so we understand what is happening. We realized as a compliance team that a lot of vehicles are coming into the country, they are tempering their VIN numbers, or they are tempering the chassis of the vehicle. So your vehicle is 2222 in terms of the VIN number. Someone sees the same vehicle, Toyota Corolla, he goes to, let's say, Togo, gets the same vehicle and comes to the country with it. And he takes your number and registers it. Now you're in Accra, but he'll register the vehicle, he'll get your number, the fake number, in Tamale. So he feels like they're not going to meet. I don't know if recently I've been seeing it on social media. A guy went to the washing bay and he saw the same registration number on another vehicle. Yeah, it's trending. That's the problem. They are cloning the chassis number or the VIN number. So we brought in the system where we call the OBDI diagnostic machine. When we place it in the OBDI slots, it's able to pull out all the records, all the VIN number. It tells us the model, the year, and other things. So when we get the VIN number, we run it through the customs, where we get to know whether the duty was paid and whether even that VIN number has been registered. Now, some of the issues we started finding was that when you look at the commercial vehicles, at any point in time, they can buy another chassis. At any point, they can buy another engine. So we always got conflicting information. But because of the integrations we have with customs, we are able to tell whether this vehicle has already been registered or this is a clone vehicle. I think the last time Chief Executive spoke, we have more than 200 vehicles that have been impounded by us with MTTD. And they are all clone vehicles. So compliance and enforcement, what is our duty then? Our duty is to verify defective vehicles. I don't know if you have been hearing this recently. You are going to get your roadworthy done, then they say it's suspended. I'm very sure there are some few people here who have had that issue. The reason is that at the end of the day, DVLA should be able to see the vehicles that are not supposed to be on our road. The meaning of the road, the vehicle should be worthy enough to be on our road. So if we spot a defect such as a worn-out tire, then there's a need to bring that vehicle back from road. Then we can advise the person to do it. So we have a digital platform where any inspection that is done is on the app. This is going to help us, DVLA, and also going to help MTTD, road safety, for policy making. Because at the end of the day, there's always a before and after. We always try to go to the basics, where the defective vehicle, I wish I could display some of the commercial vehicles with defects. However, I don't think I can have it here. But we always upload images of defective vehicle. That can be a worn-out tire, exhaust emission, even torn seats. I, for one, use the commercial vehicles a lot back and through. And what does the law say? The law says, looking at this sitting posture we have here, it says the spacing between each other should be at least 70 centimeters. That's previously in the LI 2180. And even with the 2519, it still says that. So meaning, with my height, at least I should feel comfortable when I sit in the church. But you see them adding extra seats to the vehicle. Now, my compliance and enforcement app should be able to upload images like this so that the MTTD, the road safety, can see what is happening. Now, an accident happens. You see they use a lot of metallic materials for their seats. So as a very light injury, a very light hit, where the commercial vehicle, his brake fails and he veers into another vehicle, the metallic material enters your knee. Simple. So a very light accident, and we are having high casualties. That is where compliance and enforcement comes in. So if you see your vehicles are being suspended, we want to make sure we are very strict on the materials you are using, on the type of license one is having. Now, in the new LI, we are trying to reduce the age from, I think the new one is 21 years before you can drive a commercial vehicle. So at least you'll be matured enough before you, so your license starts at 18, but it should be at least 21 before you can drive a commercial vehicle. Then there's a need for our system to be able to talk with each other. Because the new LI says, you are going to use your reference number. So how are you going to use your reference number if Ghana police stop you? We are giving them a system. where when they put in the reference number, they can quickly see what is happening. They'll get to know your name, whether the license they have before them is the new, and they even get to see your face. They get to see images of the person, so it interacts with us. So IT is doing a good job when it comes to that. Our job is just to be on the road to make sure the things we see there are matching what they have in our system. So that's what I was talking about, the suspension then and the unsuspension system. Now, when your vehicle is suspended, you receive an SMS where would inform you that you should visit the nearest DVLA. Currently, we have more than 40 DVLA offices across the country. So you can visit the nearest DVLA office, take your vehicle and your document there. There's a team who would use handheld devices which communicates in our system. So whatever they are doing with the handheld devices, it communicates in the system. Once again, MTTD Road Safety should be able to see this type of information because it helps us in our policy making. Now, the crash accident. Let me explain this, because anytime there's an accident, a lot of people don't understand what is happening. When there's an accident, there's always an MTTD officer on scene. He's going to give you a request form. The request form is supposed to be sent to DVLA to bring a vehicle examiner who examine the extent of damages on the vehicle. Now, in some years back, everything was paper form. So the request form is on paper, the damages is written on paper, then you take the paper to insurance, then there's a long... Now we can't communicate well. Now with the new digitalized accident report form, we are able to do the test on our digital platform. So when I write the extent of damages, I have to also upload where the damages are. Now we are trying to even integrate the AI system in it, where it gives us detailed extent of the damages. Then our Ghana Police MTTD are able to see that information. At the end of the day, the insurance people are able to know, okay, so this is the extent of the damages, this is what I have to pay you and all that. That is the purpose of the accident data management system. I don't know if I have to explain. Yes, so as I was saying, the digital analysis on the defects and the crash factors, the system is able to also analyze it for us, because in accident reports, DVLA is not supposed to judge who caused the accident. We are only there to just give the extent of the damages. Then, when we sit down with Road Safety MTTD, we can say, oh, it looks like the ties that are coming into the country, people are buying after 4 years ties. They are worn out, or, the duration of a tie is 4 years. But so far as the tie threads are not worn, we just buy them. So it helps us to understand what type of information we have to give the public. That's why you get to know, we say we want to ban the right-hand use. Because the certificate of conformity is not even added. So we can't even tell who changed it. So the mechanic around my area will just change the steer.
To produce industry-ready graduates, where businesses responsibly embrace innovative solutions developed by Africans to solve African problems and beyond. And a future where young Africans have the skills and confidence to compete anywhere in the world. As we begin today's conversations with keynote speeches, panel discussions, exhibitions, and reviews, I invite all of us to think of innovation as a national transformation tool and move from idea generation to implementation. Move from technology to productivity and from learning to employability. If we develop technology and it doesn't end in employing people, it is of no use. If we prepare our people, technology will multiply their potential. If we prepare our institutions, innovation will scale up. If we prepare our nation, Ghana will lead the digital economy. So if we develop solutions, we can export software solutions. And we hear in the last 2 months or so, Margins Ghana, that is very refreshing, is providing the ID system for Gambia. In the past, we have had RIG exporting hardware technology to some of the states in Nigeria. And that is what will bring foreign exchange or hard currency. So we need to support our own innovators to scale. On behalf of Lene HR and HR Focus Africa, I thank NITA for this important partnership and every organization represented here, as well as our sponsors, for investing in Africans' future. Together, let us build a future where investment, people, technology, and employment readiness work together as one to create sustainable jobs and a more prosperous Africa. Let us genuinely commit to investing in preparing our people so that they can use technology to transform our nation. Because nations are not transformed by machines, nations are transformed by prepared people. I want to thank you, and I wish all of us an impactful HR Tech Playground. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and let the HR Tech Playground begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. La. Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to learn. We are here to build our knowledge base, just as they say with AI agents and so on. Now, as part of this HR Tech Playground, I feel it relevant to talk about the theme. The theme for this year's event is AI-empowered people operations, beyond automation to strategic impact. And so as we begin this entire event, I want you all to dare to dream about how you can incorporate AI into HR, but not just simply for automatic efficiencies, but to bring a whole new level of strategic impact. People say that garbage in, garbage out. And therefore, whatever you are putting in to your artificial AI or artificial intelligence large learning model, right, has to first be refined by your mind. This is not something that you begin to fear as one that will take over, but simply use as a tool to assist you in all of your processes. Now, we have a series of goodwill messages, and the very first one is by the executive director, okay? So this is by the executive director of the UN Global Compact Network here in Ghana. And he is by the person of Tolu Kweku Lacroix. Let's give a big hand of applause for him. Beautiful. Mr. Tolu, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I feel as though we need to give a round of applause to Toby for being a very energetic MC and for introducing me in the most wonderful way. So thank you so very much. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, with 2 minutes left to go. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be with you today here at the HR Tech Playground as part of the National ICT Week. I would like to thank my invitation that came to me by HR Focus Africa. I would also like to thank NITA for hosting this program. This is a very, very important program. As you all know, we are in the digital age. If we didn't know it before, we are in it now. I would also like to acknowledge everyone who has come here today, from the government officials who have presented their services and really demonstrated how they are taking the digital transformation very seriously. I'd like to acknowledge the innovators, business leaders, the policymakers, academics, and also the students who are here today. And I think that even judging by the questions that have come from the audience today, it's very clear that this is a very digitally minded, future-thinking, looking audience that has really come to discuss the issues around digital technology and ICT and where we are going with it. So looking at the theme of this event, innovation at scale, creating opportunities across Ghana's digital ecosystem, I think about our role at the UN Global Compact. At the UN Global Compact, we work with the private sector to promote human rights, labor, the environment, and anti-corruption. And given that today we're talking about HR, I would like to focus on the labor aspect. Now, when we talk about scale, what are we talking about when it comes to scale? Scaling the technology. Yes, we want to scale the technology, but most importantly, we want to scale the opportunities for people. At the heart of the conversation is people. Now, I've heard that Elon Musk in an interview said that one day AI is going to replace people completely in the professional sense. He says we're going to have automated cars, we're going to have automated trucks, we're going to have automated computer systems, we're going to have automated secretaries, and we're going to automate everything to the point where human beings will not need to work anymore. They'll just need to sit in their office and collect universal income. I don't think that's the world we want. I think many of us have seen The Matrix, and the thought that comes to my mind is when Morpheus is talking to Neo, and he said, at the beginning of the 21st century, we marveled at what mankind had created. We gave birth to AI. And then somewhere along the line, AI took over. I remember one of the previous speakers said that we don't want to get to a point where we talk about HR, and we started talking about, instead of human resources, we started talking about machine resources, right? And I liked what the person who spoke, what's his name? The one who spoke about the smart infraco, his technology. There was a question that came from the audience, and she said, you know, besides the AI, we want to know that there's a human person on the other side. And what was his response? Does anybody remember what his response was? What was his response? He said AI is not here to take people's job, but to make them more efficient. And at the Global Compact, that is something that we are very concerned about. We don't want to have the thought that we want AI to replace humans. We want AI to be a tool for humans. We want it to be that it makes us do our work better. Now, fortunately, there's a whole industry where AI companies are recognizing this. How many of you use YouTube and you've seen the YouTube commercials or the YouTube ads about cursive? Has anybody seen those ads? Yes. And now you're seeing a lot of them out there. AI, you can make your workflow better. What is the call? 15 minutes a day, 28 days, and you'll be able to do this and do that, right? So that goes to show you that even in the AI space, people are mindful of the fact that we need to be investing in human beings, and that the AI is a tool. So what this means is that we must make sure that no one is left behind. This is an aspect of SDG 8. We need to make sure that that the technology that we use, make sure that there is human inclusivity and human dignity. So we want the technology, but we also want to focus on our human resources. The other aspect is that we talk about skills. We need to find ways to make sure that we are upskilling our workers in the digital space. And we need companies to make those investments. Now, there was a project that was done. It was a study that was done in India. They looked at 20 years of companies who have been undergoing digital transformation. And what they found from the study provided some lessons. One, they found that the investment in ICT actually had increased productivity, labor productivity significantly. The other thing they found was that the productivity differed across different companies. So it means that not all the companies were productively the same. What that tells us is that there are some companies that invested significantly, not just in the HR technology, but also in the organizational culture. They also invested not just in the use of it, but also in improving. So for example, they use AI to help identify skill gaps. They use AI to also help identify ways of improving workflow. They also identified ways in making companies more sustainable, recognizing the impact they're making on environment, and also other areas of the SDGs. So one of the lessons we take from this is that when we scale, we are not looking at just scaling technology, we're looking at scaling impact. So at the Global Compact, our concerns when it comes to labor is human dignity, inclusion, and decent work and economic growth, because we believe that when you improve the human condition, when you improve human lives, that is when the company itself will thrive. One of the key takeaways that I've had when looking at all the presentations, we had a presentation from the Passport Office, from DVLA, and so forth. What I noticed was that at the heart of all these institutions was the focus on making life better for the citizen, making the process and services for the citizens better. And so when it comes to the companies of the Global Compact, we are looking at how we can impact labor, how we can impact the environment, how we can impact human rights. And we do that by focusing our efforts to ensure that what we do makes that sustainable impact. So going forward, I look forward to hearing more from the other speakers as we learn more about how we can make sustainable impact in the labor space and how we use technology the right way to ensure that this is adopted and pushed forward. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Toby.
Thank you so much, Tolu. Thank you so much. That was incredible. And now, as part of the National ICT Week, our host, NITA, that is the National Information and Technology Agency, have been so kind to spare the time of their Deputy Director General in the person of Anthony Owusu-Ansah. Mr. Anthony Owusu-Ansah, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to your organization for hosting this beautiful program. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I like your energy. All right. Thank you very much, MC. I am excited to be here. And when I hear talks about AI, I get excited. But today permits me to read a little speech that I've written on behalf of the agency. And I start by saying that good afternoon to you, distinguished guests, colleagues in human resource management, technology professionals, members of the HR committee, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to extend warm greetings and goodwill from the National Information Technology Agency to all the participants of the HR Tech Playground. Let me first commend the organizers for creating this platform for HR professionals and industry players to come together, exchange ideas, and reflect on how technology is changing the way we manage people and organizations. Our partner, HR Focus, which is Lene's HR platform for advancing human resource conversation in Ghana, conceived the HR Tech Playground to respond to a clear gap: the accelerating pace of technology adoption in the workplace and the readiness of HR practitioners, employees, and job seekers to harness it. The playground was designed as an interactive hand-on space, part conference, part exhibition, part career fair, where technology providers, employers, and talent could meet, experiment, and build practical capacity together rather than simply discuss innovation from a distance. The motive behind the Tech Playground has always been practical rather than academic, to give HR practitioners and job seekers a tangible view of the tools reshaping recruitment, performance management, and workforce planning, and to give technology providers a direct line to the people who will ultimately adopt their solutions. Since its inception, it has grown into a much anticipated fixture on Ghana's HR calendar, bringing together thought leaders, innovators, and employers under one roof each year. This year's theme, AI-powered people operation, beyond automation to strategic impact, is both timely and important. Most importantly, it reflects NITA's vision of creating opportunity across Ghana's digital ecosystem. Artificial intelligence is no longer something we can afford to discuss as a distant possibility, as it's already changing the workplace around us. From recruitment, employment engagement to learning and development, performance management, and workforce analytics, AI is creating opportunities for HR professionals to work differently, completely different. But for me, the most important word in all this, in today's theme, is beyond. The key word here is beyond. And talks about the real value of AI in HR. Now, the real value of AI in HR is not simply about automating tasks and doing things faster, as most of us perceive AI to do. It should be about helping us make better decisions, understand our people better, anticipate workforce needs, and also create a workplace where employees can perform and thrive. As HR professionals, we must therefore ask ourselves some important questions. Are we using technology simply because it is available or because it is solving a real organizational problem? Are we collecting employee data simply to produce reports? Or we are using the data to understand trends and make better decisions? And perhaps, most importantly, as we introduce AI into our workplaces, are we keeping people at the center of the conversation? Technology can analyze data. It can identify patterns, and it can support decision-making. But organizations are still built by its people. Leadership, empathy, trust, judgment, creativity, and human connection cannot be reduced to algorithm. And this is particularly important for HR. The HR professional of the future cannot remain focused on only process and administration. We must increasingly become strategic partners who understand both the people and the technology. Professionals who can use data and digital tools while still understand the human realities behind these numbers. As NITA looks ahead to deepen its engagement with industry and key stakeholders, we value this partnership as an important example of what sustained public-private collaboration can achieve. We look forward to building this relationship and creating even more greater opportunities to advance Ghana's digital ecosystem in the years ahead. May the discussions today spark new ideas, meaningful partnerships, and practical solutions that will help shape the future of Ghana, the future of work in Ghana. Thank you and welcome to the HR Playground.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. And something that I took away was understanding people and understanding tech, right? As HR professionals, we are in the business of working with people, so we might as well learn how to do it with tech as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the time is 12:15 p.m. We are going to take a short recess for a coffee break. It is exactly 15 minutes. That means by 12:30 p.m. we should all be seated. Not 12:30 we're coming in, 12:30 we're all seated for the very next session, which I believe we're all looking forward to, the first panel discussion. And so, we will like to just all rise, right? Take a stretch, meet somebody new, ask somebody's name, feel free to network. We'll be back in this room at exactly 12:30 p.m. so that we can start the panel discussion. Enjoy your coffee break and be sure to get the name of one person or the other. Thank you so much.
will have access to it? How long will it be retained? What happens when an employee leaves? How will the information be protected? Have employees been properly informed about this particular processing? These are not merely IT questions. They are questions of governance, accountability, and trust. Similarly, when an organization moves from paper-based employee record to a digital HR management system, it gains efficiency but also creates new responsibilities. Employee information may now be accessible from multiple locations and by different users. Appropriate controls must therefore accompany the technology. Now, artificial intelligence and HR. Ladies and gentlemen, the growing use of artificial intelligence makes these considerations even more important. Imagine an organization using an AI-enabled recruitment system to screen hundreds of applications. The system may save time and improve efficiency, but we must ask, what data was used to train the system? Could the system reproduce historical biases? Could qualified applicants be unfairly excluded? Can the organization explain how a significant decision was reached? Who takes responsibility for the outcomes of these decisions? These questions are particularly important in HR because employment decisions can have significant consequences for people's careers and livelihoods. Our position should therefore be clear. AI should assist human decision-making. It should not become an excuse for abandoning human accountability. Responsible innovation requires us to consider privacy, fairness, transparency, security, and accountability from the beginning, from the outset of the process. As you digitize HR processes, consider privacy and data protection from the outset. As you procure HR technologies, ask vendors how employee information will be collected, processed, stored, shared, and protected. As you introduce AI, consider its implications for fairness, transparency, and accountability. As we manage employee records, let's remember that behind every data record is a real person whose dignity and right must be respected. More importantly, data protection should not be regarded as the responsibility of the IT department alone. IT provides technology, but legal provides guidance, whereas management provides direction. But every person who collects, assesses, or uses, shares personal information has a role to play in protecting it. So we say if you cannot protect it, do not even collect it. Now, this is the DPC's commitment in this topic. At the Data Protection Commission, we recognize that our role extends beyond regulation. We must educate, guide, and work with organizations to build a culture of responsible data use. We therefore welcome opportunities such as this ICT Week celebration to engage with professionals who are central to Ghana's digital transformation. The Commission remains committed to strengthening collaboration with the HR community in promoting privacy by design, responsible innovation, stronger data governance, and a culture of accountability. We believe that data protection should not be viewed as a barrier to technology. Rather, responsible data protection creates the confidence that allows technology and innovation to scale. In conclusion, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's digital future is already here. The question is not whether we will become more digital. We know we will. The more important question is what kind of digital society and digital economy do we want to build? As the Data Protection Commission, we believe it must be one that is innovative but responsible, efficient but fair, technologically advanced, but respectful of human dignity and privacy rights. As we pursue this future, let us remember we cannot build a trusted digital economy without trusted people, trusted institutions, and responsible use of data. I once again commend the HR Focus team for organizing this important forum. On behalf of the Executive Director, management, and staff of the Data Protection Commission, I extend our warmest congratulations and best wishes to you. May this ICT Week inspire new ideas, strengthen collaboration, and most importantly, help us build a Ghana where innovation and trust grow together. Innovation and trust must always grow together. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful and impactful ICT Week celebration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Mr. Akrobato, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I can see the seats are slowly filling up. We are grateful for that. So we are going to commence with our very first panel discussion. The theme for this panel discussion, because I want all of you to be thinking as we are speaking, it is going to be building scalable African tech solutions for workforce productivity. We're going to be talking about building scalable African tech solutions for workforce productivity. And the people that would be joining me, so I'll be moderating this panel discussion, and the people that will be joining me are in the person of Mr. Isaac Obuor, representing the Anti-Fraud Initiative right here in Ghana. All right, a round of applause for Mr. Isaac. Thank you so much. There we go. Lovely. Yes, feel free to take the stage. Then we have Davis Frimpong, who is the head of human resources at Aya Data. All right, let us give Davis a huge round of applause as well. And then we have Mr. Quinton Akrobato, who we just listened to, right, that will be joining us, right, for this panel discussion. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, I believe I would go ahead and take my seat at the edge, right, as is typical of moderators these days. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, gentlemen, do we all have mics? Are we all set? All right, beautiful. I'd love just to have an opening statement from each and every one of you, just to talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and then we can dive into today's discussion. Is that okay? All right. So, Mr. Isaac, why don't we start with you?
Thank you so much, and thanks everyone for being here today. My name is Isaac Obuor. I'm into fraud prevention, and of course, when you say fraud prevention, it becomes weird because looking at the world now, fraud is becoming so critical. So I'm a professional. I started banking. I worked at Zenith Bank for some time, and then I moved on to the US, and I joined KPMG, an audit firm, doing compliance audit, and so I managed to see a lot because of the desk I was on, working with multinationals and others. So I began to see that most issues that we see here are, fraud coming from employers and others. So I started to take that charge. And then that's where Anti-Fraud Initiative Ghana started. Yeah. That's a little bit about me.
Fantastic. What a rich history. Thank you so much for sharing that. Davis, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you very much. So I am Davis, and then I lead HR for Aya Data. I have been doing this for 10 years, and anybody who would ask, I tell them that I have a love-hate relationship with my profession, because there are days that I enjoy it, and there are days that I wish I was doing something else. But generally, it's been fun. I am with Aya Data, like I said, and what we do is we provide services in the AI space. So I particularly work in the AI space, and that has two legs. So whether you need us to come in and provide an AI solution to make your processes more efficient, we are your guys. And then beyond that, we also provide services to other AI companies. So if you take, for instance, the autonomous vehicles, the vehicles that are driving on their own, they've gone through a process of learning, right? So you've had to train the models to understand what a human being is, what a car is, what the traffic light signals mean, etc. Before you get to that point, you should train the model with the information to recognize a human being, to recognize a car, a traffic light, and data annotation is one of the things that one of the services that we provide for clients in the AI space. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mr. Akrobotu.
All right. Once again, my name is Quinton Akrobotu. I work with the Data Protection Commission as the Director, Regulatory Compliance. I supervise all the various operational units within the Data Protection Commission, and it is my duty to ensure that every business is registered and comply with the data protection provisions as stated in Act 843, the Data Protection Act. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. Good. So we're going to go ahead and dive into the topic of the day, right? And it's interesting to see that we are coming from some significant backgrounds, right? We have anti-fraud, we have data protection, IR data, and you're also doubling in the HR space as well. So I'm sure there are a lot of HR professionals here who can relate, right, with each and every one of you in one way or the other. Now, when we are talking about the theme, which is building scalable African tech solutions for workforce productivity, what we're really looking at is understanding the fact that there is an increasing demand, right? There's an increasing demand for so many tech solutions, AI solutions, but when they are fragmented, when they exist only in the corner of your office or only on your IT guy's laptop, it becomes a little bit challenging because we have all seen and or witnessed the full value of technological solutions from the West, right? These are solutions that have scaled and become global phenomenons, right? We're looking at Claude by Anthropic, we're looking at ChatGPT by OpenAI, and these are global systems, but none of which are inherently African, right? And so to more or less bring this home, what we're going to be discussing, some of the questions that we'll be talking about is going to center on that Africanness, is going to center on the ability to scale. And one of the first questions that I'd like to open up with is, what is the biggest barrier? What is the biggest challenge in scaling technological solutions across multiple African countries, right? Because we wouldn't be talking about it if there wasn't a challenge. If it were easy, everyone will do it, correct? Yes? Beautiful. And so we're kicking it off straight out the gate with, what are the challenges? What are we facing, right? If any one of you can just talk to the landscape, why is it difficult to be able to scale technological solutions across African countries? Yeah, feel free, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Toby. So I'll take this because I would be speaking from experience. Now, if you look at Africa, what you see or what we have is 54 different countries, right? And so what that means is there are 54 different regulations you have to deal with, 54 different laws, tax systems, currencies, even as far as dominant payment systems vary across the board, right? So what makes it challenging is the fact that you can have a solution that works very well for one industry, and then when you have to scale it, you now have to deal with all these very different laws, and then that creates a lot of stress on your build because you would have to adapt as you learn. You have a solution that's currently working for one market, one country, one industry. Now you are going into another country where you have to deal with several other industries, several other regulations. And it's very, very difficult to have one solution that actually attends to all of these things. And for me, all we do at IR Data is, before we start building, we try to understand the markets that we are looking to get into. We try to understand the data issues because that would shape how you save data and everything. Once you have an understanding of these things, it's not going to be perfect, but you would have something that you can eventually scale with ease. So that's how we attend to it at IR Data, and that's that one problem that we've actually seen affect a lot of tech solutions.
So interesting. So from what you're saying, you are more or less even putting it at how separated Africa is to begin with, right? Because as he said, right, we have the African Union, Pan-African societies, and so on, but there's still so much separation in between the countries. So, I mean, just to follow up on this, is the solution information sharing? Is it the case of, let me offer all that I know? Because that's what OpenAI did, right? They made, ChatGPT and all of these things open for the technological markets to just dive into. What would you say about that?
That's a very difficult question to answer, honestly. But I think that usually should be guided by the solution you're building and how you intend to scale, right? So, for instance, if you're looking at building the solution that you can scale, there are 3 different aspects you need to see it from. The technical scalability, right? Being able to add more people as you grow.
Okay.
The market scalability, being able to move into other markets. And then the adoption scalability. Is it something that can be easily adopted, right? If you're not answering these questions or you don't have the answers to these questions, you are more than likely going to build something that will not work everywhere. And so for us there, or for me, what I would say is, again, back to the point I initially made, understand what you're building, the market you are looking to get into, and based on that, you shape your build. The technical bits will be better addressed by a technical person, but at the very beginning, the research that you do into the build or the solution is the most important thing that you have to deal with. Thank you.
Right. And I'm glad that you highlighted that, the technical scalability, the market scalability, and the adoption scalability. These are some of the valuable pieces of information that is just going to be coming out of this conversation. So I'm so glad that you shared on that, Mr. Frimpong. Isaac, if you don't mind if I throw this to you. So you're working extensively, right, with the Anti-Fraud Commission, right? Now, I want you to highlight the dangers, all right, of scalability with relation to fraud. Because if people are out there, right, who are misusing our data and using that to access even more data for themselves and do dubious things, I want you to paint a picture of what that looks like. Because there are so many of us here in this audience that, for instance, how many of you have thought about anti-fraud in the last week or 2? Show by hand. Oh, wow. Fantastic. A few people, but not the majority, okay? But you see, every one of us has been using data. We've been using our phones, we've been going online, we've been doing banking transactions, right? The fact that we're not thinking about it is part of the problem. We're still at risk, whether we think about it or not. So I just want you to speak to the risk of fraud in this realm of scalability, AI, and tech. And then we'll come to Quentin to talk about how we can actually protect ourselves in moments like that. So why don't you go ahead, Isaac?
Okay, thank you so much. So when you ask whether people think about fraud, and you can't even blame anyone, you can't blame any institution, even at the global level. This year actually was the first time the United Nations decided to converge on fraud. So in March 2026, we had, and I was a speaker at Vienna in Austria.
Wow.
We converged for the first time, bringing all the stakeholders, attorney generals of countries and leaders to start controls. We take all with 4 or 5 people in, say, in an IT unit, cause damage of about $30 million. And it's so scary because we don't build controls right at the time we are building softwares and tools. So coming to the HR area, and I want to share this. The global entities like talk of MGM Resort Hotels. MGM is one of the biggest resort chains in the world. And I mean, Las Vegas and all those places, very popular. Now, and this is an entity worth about $40 billion. That's like a GDP of some African countries. And they had a system, an HR and customer-facing tool. They did everything, they built a very good system, but forgot about this same fraud and trust issues, cybersecurity, and controls. And just one phone call cost them $100 million.
$100 million?
Yes. So that's why, because at the time of building, HR is seen as HR, facing humans. But HR is doing actually, when you research, HR do better in cybersecurity protection than the IT officers.
Interesting.
Of course, because they are, say, a user of a system resigns and HR delays in, say, notifying the right units. That's an issue. But if HR is not brought into the picture to see the dangers of that, they are sometimes, they are doing their work. You can't blame them. So coming to the MGM issue, one bad actor went on LinkedIn and saw a LinkedIn profile to that company, that MGM, and of course called and pretended to be that person. And all she had to do was tell the person that, oh, I've lost my credential, I can't remember my password.
One additional question, right? All it takes is, there's so many processes now with, with your Ghana card and all of these verifications, and they might seem laborious, but $100 million could be lost from one call, right? That is a skill that we're talking about, and I'm really, really grateful that you shared on that. Now, Quentin, he shared about the fraud and the dangers, right? And Davis has laid the foundation for what it means to scale. I would love if you can just put some light on anything that we can do or anything that the data protection here in Ghana is already doing to ensure that as people are excited about scaling, right? How many software developers and software entrepreneurs are in the audience? Just show by hand, right? Quite a few, okay? Now, these are the people who are building the infrastructure that will take the future. And as AI comes into play, a lot of it, people say that AI is basically magic. You put in a prompt and it brings out something already done, okay? So as the excitement grows, I want us to just level with some realism here. What is the data protection agencies here in Ghana already doing? Or what do you recommend we do as we scale?
All right, thank you very much. Before I go into what the Commission is doing or what we do to prevent some of these things, I just want to add to what my colleague here spoke about as far as the risk that you attract in scaling up is concerned, because as far as data protection fraternity is concerned, there is inherent risk in scaling up your activities. Inherent data protection risks. Scaling up means that you are moving into what? Newer markets. You are expanding your territories. And once you do this, you increase your number of what? Employees to be able to cover up the new market that you are venturing into. You are also likely to what? Engage third parties to manage some of the market that you find yourself. So the risk there is, as a matter of fact, the number of people you have to manage as employees, as customers, and the third parties that you engage. So there is this tendency of an institution, an organization, a business, trying to what? Monetize the information of their people.
Yeah.
Because you wake up one day and you are like, wow, I have this amount of data. Well, I mean, I can do a lot with this.
Yep.
I can sell it.
Yep.
But the question is, does the law allow for you to use people's information at their expense? No.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Fantastic.
So there is risk there. And there is also risk, as I mentioned, with third-party compliance management, because those third parties you are engaging to work on your behalf, the question is, what is their compliance level? Of course, you want them to achieve a particular objective or activity on your behalf. But the onus also lies on you as an institution engaging this third party to do something on your behalf, so that their risk of processing personal information in a manner that is not consistent with the Data Protection Act does not create problem for you. So the law requires that if you engage a third party, you actually put proper records to check their compliance. Okay. The data that they even process on your behalf, how they decommission it after you no longer have any business with them, also poses another risk. So we have a number of risk factors when you have to scale up as a business. Okay. But now, the work of the Data Protection Commission is actually to ensure compliance with the provisions of the Data Protection Act. And there are a number of principles that as an institution, you need to know, you need to demonstrate accountability to when you process people's information. You need to also know the rights. The Act actually, the data protection law actually gives right to individuals like you and I. Even you, the business owner, you have rights as far as how your own business process your personal information.
Okay.
So you need to be mindful of this right and respect them as well. So the work of the commission is straightforward. Every institution that processes personal data, the law says, must be registered with the Data Protection Commission. Your registration allows the commission to now supervise your processing activities and then ensure that you are educated to the extent that you know the risks involved in your processing activities.
So let me come in here because, as I mentioned, when we started your session just now, you know, I asked especially for the software developers, the entrepreneurs, because I'm sure we have some people who would consider themselves startups, correct? Right? Now, this is just, you know, I've spoken to a few people in the audience, and this question has really been on the minds of some of them. At which point, at which stage of their business must they come and register? Must they come and understand some of these things? Because I think the temptation is to think that until I become a multinational or until I become a very high-class business, I don't need to worry myself with these things. But you're processing data. So why don't you say on a more practical level, like at which point should a business, especially those that are in the area of tech, software, that literally deal in data, when do they come to the data protection? How can they interact with the Data Commission?
This is quite an interesting question. I have the answer, except that don't let it scare you as startups or business owners.
I think it should scare them, which is why we want them.
The law is strict and clear about who processes personal information. Section 53 of the Data Protection Act, Act 843, states that a data controller or any business entity that processes personal information shall not process personal information unless they are registered with the Data Protection Commission, regardless of whether you are a startup or you have been in existence for how many years. So long as the intention is there for you to process personal information, you need to register and bring your processing activities under the purview of the Data Protection Commission. That is the only time that the commission knows that, okay, this is how you are processing personal information. And then you'll be guided as to how you can comply with the provisions of the Data Protection Act. One thing that we take for granted is that the commission may not come after me. Even if the commission does not come after you, one day you process personal information of someone. It could be a customer. It could be your own employee. And from where I sit, I receive a lot of complaints about employees, even more than customers, indicating how their employers process their personal information against their privacy rights. And you don't want to find yourself in that situation. I always tell people this. Data protection fines are one of the heftiest in any legal case.
The heftiest?
Very, very hefty. I can cite one example. For
please.
instance, some few years ago, 2024, September, we heard about boats, how an individual took boat on. Just because a driver used the man's information to register with boat, what didn't boat do? Boat at the time didn't have what? A liveliness test when you are registering as a driver. And that was used against them. Just that. They had to pay 1.98 million per the court judgment, though they have appealed.
Wow.
But that is how much they have to pay for not implementing a liveliness test. And there are countless complaints that we have received from employees. We have employees whose financial information was even put on a WhatsApp platform of the institution. Just a WhatsApp platform. And by virtue of being a member, they put in fact, this person, let me say this because there are HR managers here. this individual that complained to us actually was the HR manager of the institution and had some issues and was dismissed. However, during the dismissal, they dropped his dismissal letter, including all his financial details, the loans he's taking and all that. And as we speak, that case is with the AG.
Wow.
Don't take these things for granted. You need guidance and be registered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quincy. I think that deserves us a big round of applause. Yes. Yes. Right, these are the things, right? So these are the things that we want to tease out, right? When we talk about some of these, high-level conversations, oftentimes we miss out on the very practical things, right? So for all the entrepreneurs here, right, I know you said we shouldn't scare them, but it is very, very important. Register with the Ghana Data Protection, and I believe you said Sec 53, Act 843, right? Just keeping that in mind so that you can also put that out there as well. It is for your own safety. It is for the safety of all of your amazing clients and customers. As you scale, protect yourself first, and then the customers that would bring you all the revenue to bring and scale your business to the highest of highs. All right? Good. Now, we find ourselves at the HR tech playground, and so it is only relevant that we talk about the productivity in the HR space. So Davis, I think this is a bit more in line with you because you spoke highly about how your work with IData, you're doing a lot to be able to bring efficient solutions, right, to members of the HR space and just companies at large. I want you to talk about how would you classify what workforce productivity looks like for any HR department, as part of your company, and then go ahead to talk about some of the solutions, right, that AI can have specifically to increase productivity. I'm sure as HR managers, we would all love for our workforce to be productive, yes? Yeah, beautiful. I heard some good responses there. So, Davis, why don't you go ahead and share about what exactly is workforce productivity, right, when it comes to HR management, from a management perspective, of course, and then what are some of the solutions out there that would actually make the workforce more productive?
Thank you very much, Toby. So, as an HR professional, every time you're engaging your leaders in the organization, you hear questions like how are people being productive, how people are using their time, right? So for me, what it means is, first of all, because every organization exists for a reason and is serving a certain purpose, you have to ensure that the people that are working in the organization are doing what needs to be done to reach that purpose, right? So for me, productivity becomes simple. Are people doing what they need to do at the time that they are supposed to do them? It's very basic for me. And what we try to do at IData, because we are currently a remote-first company, is we have a lot of technologies that we have adopted because we use a lot of solutions to manage our people because we don't see them anymore. Now, what we do is we tie their productivity to the service that they are providing, especially if you're working on a client's project. So there are software solutions like Time Doctor and other things that we adopt. But for me, the most important thing is how the Time Doctor actually works, right? Because it translates directly into financial outcomes for IData. So what we have now is, because we have an agreement with employees that, especially with our operations team, let me just clarify, that for a day's work, you should actually be productive for, say, 7 hours during the day. You have some breaks in there. Now, what we adopt currently inside IData is, once you are working, and then your Time Doctor or your productivity tracker is on, from time to time, it gathers information for the HR department and then the IT department.
What kind of information?
So what you are currently on. So we've given them company-provided laptops.
Okay.
And so once you are on the platform working, it takes screenshots of what you are doing from time to time.
So that means it's monitoring as the people are working.
Exactly. So from time to time. And to be very honest, we've had a lot of pushbacks on this.
Yeah,
right? And I don't think we have all the answers in addressing that, because there are lots of pushbacks. People feel like they are being monitored, they are being stressed. And so we understand where we are coming from. But so far, that is the solution that we have that is working. And so if there's anybody here who has any solutions, I'll be happy to talk you through it, and then you let me know how you can support, right? But currently, that is what we do. And that basically helps us to ensure that people are doing what they say they are doing. They are providing the hours that they say they are providing, simply because the business needs to ensure that what people are doing, or what people are saying they are doing, they're actually doing, and then pushing to the company to the point we need it to be at.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing on that. And it brings a lot of perspective, right, to what we are doing when it comes to actually looking at workforce productivity. Okay, and I think Isaac, I'll just have you go ahead and help with our final question. Okay, what partnerships do you believe will be most valuable in scaling, right, when it comes to these men? Are we looking at telcos, governments, other industry bodies, right? Given where you sit, how do you think, or what partnerships do you think will be most valuable to scale?
Okay, thank you very much. So scaling comes with anything regulation, and that's where we actually fail when we're trying to scale. So when you talk about partnership, you are looking at with government, and with government, which agencies? The agencies that control, that bring in controls. But usually we always try to hide because sometimes they store a lot of regulation, so many bottlenecks. So we try to do without government. Private sector, and even non-profits like us. For instance, the HR leaders here, I, for instance, just a civil society leader, but I have been in the industry for so long, audited almost very big clients, and then because I belong to the civil society, if you need me to speak or to train your staff, you may not have to even pay so much, or may even pay. Sometimes you can do it for pro bono. But you see, what we do is we look at all the things that are so difficult for as startups and others. So we don't get the resources to be able to get the right, things that will help us. So we scale, and then we leave all those things behind. And then one employee mistake, one bad thing, one bad click on a button can lead everything down. So when Mr. Akrobato was speaking and about scaling again, and I like sharing examples because that's the best way to learn. When one entity in the US again, because of my audit work, I like citing things I've seen, and it's Target. Target is very big. Target is like ShopRite, in the US and other countries. When they wanted to scale and they brought in third parties, that's vendors. and they also lost that time almost about $40 million because of one vendor. Why? Because the vendor made a mistake, because the training you give to your staff, the vendors will not even have it, but they still have to work on your system.
Yeah.
So in partnerships, when you are even bringing vendors and you don't even have enough resources or staff to do vendor audit, there are still people around who may do this at a minimal cost, sometimes even free advisory. Just contact them. Fintechs and other startups are hard up on cash and others.
True.
But seek the right information and be able to control that. If not, things can go bad. So in scaling, let's partner with the right people. It shouldn't be too much of cost, but about identifying the right people at the right time.
Fantastic. Amazing.
And I would like to add on to that. So I also feel like the telcos, the government, they're very important. But one aspect that, when I look within the space, is underutilized is their HR bodies, right? And on that, I'd like to commend Lene HR and
round of applause for Lene HR people,
because they have identified that gap, and they're trying to solve that. And so I think that's why we are all here, because look, we all know the best form of advertisement, right?
Yep.
Now, if you have to partner with some of these institutions to push your HR tech solutions, I believe that you'll be able to get into spaces that even your marketing or your sales strategy would not be able to get you into. So kudos to Learning HR and HR Focus.
Fantastic, right? Beautiful. We didn't pay him to say that. He just did that on his own. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So I'm so grateful. I think all of you have done justice to the topic at hand, We are so grateful. Now, just by way of information, we're in the presence of some distinguished guests by the names of Mr. Paul Isaac Bassi, all right, Lena Afi Krampa, Juliet Obing Kwache, Jacob Asante, Regina Gifty Asare, and Peter Yao Bosrichi. Thank you all so much. Thank you, distinguished guests, for being in our presence. We are so grateful that you have taken the time to be here. Right? I think we can give a round of applause. So if you were mentioned, just wave your hand, right? Just wave your hand so that our guests can see you as well. We have a few over there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amazing. So this has put us into a good space. I think we are primed and ready to tackle the idea of how we can scale. We know that the HR actually is almost the first line of protection against bad actors, right? And as Isaac has so clearly put it, you can lose $100 million, you can lose $40 million, you can lose 10 Ghana cities, but all of it is highly relevant. So HR professionals in this space, I want you to take this badge upon yourself, right? To be that first line of defense and apply a whole new layer of diligence when it comes to moments like these, all right? And Davis has talked about the solutions, which we're actually going to highlight in a second. And Quentin has so eloquently put that you must protect yourself. And there are agencies and bodies that exist in our beloved country that are more than happy to educate you, to register you, and take you forward. Now, when it comes to solutions, we are going to be looking at something that Lene has actually put together, right, which we are going to highlight shortly. So, gentlemen, I just want to thank you all. Please, you can head back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. They've shared their ideas, right, but I think we can have a good picture, right? So why don't you align for a picture? We'll have our photography team just do that as well. Now, as we're taking the picture, feel free to smile at us as we smile at you. Is that okay with everybody? Beautiful. All right. Fantastic. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This has been and will continue to be an amazing conversation because we don't just stop here. We continue to talk about scaling. We continue to talk about the relevance of tech in the HR space. All right. Now, we are going to have a presentation by the Lene team on a solution that they have available on hand. I see a very fine gentleman walking up towards me. Now, this is going to be Workflow by Lene. This is a technological solution that they have developed, which is going to revolutionize your HR space. And I shall leave it to Mr. Bernard to take it all the way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe that was a very insightful panel discussion, and we've been sitting for some time. There is something we do at Lene, so around 12 p.m. or every 12 p.m., I can always hear Auntie Blue mention my name from your office, and the whole thing is just called Stretch and Connect. So we've been sitting for a while. I would like for all of us to please be on our feet. Production, can you play something in the background for us just to lighten the mood? Everybody should relax. Yes, yes, yes. I can feel the bones cracking within us. All right. So this is what we are going to do. Just stretch your hands up and spread your legs a bit. Yeah, so you can just follow me. I can't use the mic while I'm doing that. So just then, DJ, sorry, production. Right. Okay, let's try the other way. So this one is for the Lene squad. Please put your hands on your waist. Yes, we are going to wind our waist here too. It's very important. So shall we please? Yeah. All right, one more. Okay, thank you very much. I never thought I'll be able to get Mr. La to wind his waist. All right, Stephen. Okay, so All right. So we had this discussion, and Linear as a company, over the years, we've gathered experience, actually 30 years of experience, over 30 years of experience in managing HR operations. And from all of that experience, we've been able to come or gather all of those experiences into a solution called Workflow. But I was supposed to speak on that, but yesterday I was here and I had conversations with some people that came to our booth, and one of the questions that actually stood out from them was, at what point does manual HR process become a business risk? And this is something I would like us to think over whilst we go on with this session. So, Stephen, can you proceed with the video?
Human resources operations and payrolling from one central platform. Seamlessly manage every stage of the employee journey with Workflow's cutting-edge HR module. From the dashboard, HR team workflow doesn't stop with HR. Through the employee self-service portal, employees get to easily view and request for their information update, track leave management, make requisitions, generate their pay slips, amongst others, without having to rely entirely on the HR personnel. The result is a connected, transparent, and data-driven HR environment where HR teams, managers, and employees can work more efficiently from a single platform.
All right. So what the video is just saying is very simple. We have this wonderful solution that allows you to manage all your employee end-to-end operations, from recruitment to performance appraisals, and ultimately to report generation. But beyond all of that, what we also want to do, or what we also offer, is the ability for Workflow to run your payroll. And beyond the payroll, we don't just want to leave you over there. We also want to give you the payroll variance report, or we are able to have processing reports for your payment advice. So after you run your payroll, the advice that's been generated by the system can be sent directly to your banking platforms or any accounting software your finance team uses. And all of this process is seamless. We just want to look out for that. So, right, on the screen over here is the payment banking advice for the demo company. And we can see it's the standard, it's in the standard format or accounting softwares or even banking platforms use. So after you run your payroll, after you generate the reports, this payments banking advice can be downloaded directly from the Workflow app, just at a click of the button. So you can either download it by the print, or if you want a Excel format, you can download using the XLS. Or for developers that would want to import this data into their own individual systems, you can use the CSV format. So this is a brief presentation on on all of the features Workflow has to offer for you. You can also see we have this net tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, payroll, variance, income tax monthly, income tax annually. So it's quite a comprehensive list of reports, quite a comprehensive list of payroll reports we have over there. So back to the question I asked earlier on at the start of this presentation. At what point does manual process becomes a business risk, or manual HR process becomes a business risk, and how Workflow solves it? So when you run your processes manually, sometimes you might be faced with fragmented data. So HR officers storing data across different Excel files. But what Workflow can offer you is the opportunity to have a centralized data. This ensures all your data is kept in a secure container, readily available to you on a single platform without having to move in between systems. We also have the data security concern when you do run your systems manually. Unauthorized personnel can gain access to all of these documents and information. That was one of the things the panel were discussing. So it's actually quite interesting that I didn't even know they were going to speak about this, but they mentioned all of those stuff. We also have the compliance regs. So for compliance regs, when you run your system manually, you might have missing or inconsistent record. This can make audit and statutory reporting, regulatory compliance more difficult. What workflow does to mitigate that situation is to help you, as we saw earlier on the previous slide. You can see the report and dashboard. It also generates the structured HR and payroll reports to support compliance and audits, and also making informed decisions. Thank you very much. This is linear workflow.
That experience comes together in Workflow, the tool designed to help HR teams thrive. Handle payroll processing quickly and accurately. Keep your HR tasks and employee records organized so nothing falls through the cracks. Give employees control through the self-portal for requests and information. Ready to make HR effortless? Your helping hand in navigating the ever-evolving world of HR is here. Call us today on 0302 717 039 or 0302 716 986 to get started. Ready, set, go!
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was Workflow by Lene. Workflow by Lene. Now, I've just been informed, all right, that we have our next panel session up and ready, and then right after that, we shall go for a lunch break, okay? So this panel session is going to be on the digital HR revolution. The digital HR revolution, and we'll be representing and talking about leveraging AI and technology for Africa talent management. Now, these are the points where you want to start thinking about it. African talent management. What does that mean? How are these professionals going to talk about it? And for this particular panel session, we're going to have the Digital Transformation Advisor for Academic City University, as well as the World Bank, all right, in the person of Mr. Tanko Mohammed. Tanko Mohammed. Right, let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. And then followed by the Digital Transformation Consultant, right, who happens to be founder, Red Grape Digital, and Managing Director of ONNE Africa, One Africa. This is William Amwako Nimako. All right, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's keep it flowing, all right? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then we have another senior manager, right, of technology and consulting at PwC, Richard Wogodo, right? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, this session will not be moderated by me. This will actually be moderated by a legal practitioner, right, at Intrakwa & Co. by the name of Gertrude Asan. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give way for the very next panel discussion, right? And as I hand over to my fellow moderator, right, looking lovely.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My panelists, you can now join me. I believe they were just waiting for their moderator. As they come, can you please give them a hand of applause? Okay. We'll just dive into our conversation. We just watched a video from Lene that indicated that HR has actually moved from manual to digital. And so this is a very timely conversation that we are going to have from our panelists. I'll give the opportunity for the panelists to introduce themselves. They've been so modest, they just gave us a one-liner. I believe they do more than it was just posted here. And so you would tell us what you do before we dive into our conversation. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So my name is Richard Wogodo. I'm Senior Manager for Tech Consulting at PwC. So my role cuts across the West Africa market area. I work within Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Liberia as well, and occasionally across other English-speaking countries. Also, typically what we do is to support organizations in their transformation journeys, right? So I'll probably go more into details, but if you look at technology, right, implementation, transformation, what you typically see is that the tech itself is just about 20% of transformation. The other 80% is more on strategy, governance, and in the case of AI, for example, redesign of work as well. So my role is to support organizations to sort of succeed in their transformation journeys. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Gertrude. I'm William Amwakunimaku. I'm a technology consultant. I started off, I think, about a decade and a half ago, selling some of the global solutions, the Sage, ERPs, and SAPs. And I moved on to develop teams that build world-class solutions. We are also focused on West Africa, so we have projects in Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Ghana. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tanko.
Hello, thank you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity, because it seemed like the one-liner that was given about me wasn't 100%. My name is Tanko Muhammad, digital transformations expert. I work at Academic City University as a director for program management. So that's one. I wear two hats. And the second is a senior consultant, digital transformation at the World Bank. And I'm sure that's the reason why I'm here today. So I've done IT in the past. I've worked in strategy. I've worked in digital transformations. And I think lately on AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a hand of applause for our distinguished panelists. We have the men, and we have the experience, because from all that they've said so far, you agree with me that they have the experience across Africa. And so, currently in Africa, most organizations are transforming from the manual HR processes to the digital HR processes. They are adopting AI and other digital technologies in their recruitment, their management, and development of all the other things they do in their organizations. Mr. Tanko, since you are holding the mic, I'll start with you. In which sectors or departments have AI-powered HR technology delivered genuine value versus simply adding complexity? Do you think that there has been enough value that has been added, or is just complex?
No, absolutely. So the value AI gives to the HR is more bringing down lots of the work that they do. Those HR departments that run with lots of data, it's able to help reduce the amount of workload on the HR department. There was something you mentioned earlier, that the previous Lene software the technology has replaced the HR, but I think that's partly true. The technology is enabling it, because still the HR is supposed to continue its other roles of being able to find the character of a person, be able to find the relationship, customer service capabilities of a human being, which normally the HR would not be able, the AI would not be able to do. So I think AI has helped a lot, but more on the tedious, data-driven activities. But however, on the more human activities, we still need the HR to continue.
Okay, Mr. Nimarko, would you add on to that?
Yes, another area we've seen improvements is when it comes to high volume screening. So, the days of sending CVs and have HR sort through 100 CVs are far gone. These days, there are tools that automate applicant tracking. It can pick certain keywords within those applications and help you even do the shortlisting prior to getting the human aspect involved. Of course, it also introduces some complexity when it comes to the bias for AI. I think the previous panelists did make mention of some of those. I'm sure we'll get into it as we continue. Thank you.
Okay. So even though AI is making our work simpler, it's also introducing some complexity. We can still try and resolve these things by making sure that these data protection that we've talked about in the previous part from the previous panel is taken into consideration, and I believe that these things can also be resolved. Mr. Wogodo, how should we evaluate and select HR technology vendors, given the growing number of options in the market?
Yeah, but that's a very good question. I was at the Global Conference for HR Africa just last week, where we had a number of countries coming to Accra. And at the event, I know Lene is highlighting workflow here, very good. I saw others as well from different countries who, some of them approached us for us to work with them. So, I mean, a few things really that you need to consider, right? So, number one, these softwares or platforms that are available to us on the market now, right? How relevant, for example, is it for our local markets? Mm-hmm. Typically for us as PwC, we have a lot of alliance partnerships that we work with. We have the likes of Microsoft, SAP, Salesforce as well. And at that level of alliance partnerships, when we deploy a solution, it's a global level integration across several countries. But in Africa, sometimes, typically what we say is that a lot of the local companies don't have the funds to afford some of these large multinational, large platforms. So it's good to see that Lene and other platforms are doing the same. So what we need to do is to, one, understand, not just look at the platform or the software or how big it is per se, right? Look at your business. What value can you derive from this platform, right? It may be good for a different organization, a different company, but for you personally, how good is it for you? That's not the first thing. Number two, what level of integration does it have? For example, if let's say we onboard somebody into maybe a system like Workday, for example, it's an HR platform, does it seamlessly integrate with Salesforce, for example? That way you don't have to now go and then enter a new employee record in Salesforce. If you update in Workday, it flows into Salesforce, right? And also that integration level, and even for our local markets in Ghana as well, if they have, let's say, a mobile-ready platform as well, where employees can be on the field and can be able to access their data and relevant HR processes. And finally, also, you look at the total cost of ownership, right? Because some of them, they don't sell you an initial upfront cost, but the cost you pay subscription-wise per employee could be quite hefty, right? So look at the cost, look at the business value it's going to give to you, look at the integration level as well, and of course, the local relevance for your specific business that you are doing, right? We saw one platform fantastic platform where they have a reward system. Employees can get reward from the platform, then they can actually, and this is from a different country, I'll not mention the country or the system, but you can actually use a system in a way that if you get a reward, you can retrieve the reward as Momo into your own account. Think about that. So you want to reward the employee, you don't have to wait till bonus end of the year, for example. What do? Have a system where once you get enough recognition for whatever you've done for the month or for the year, you can go and retrieve that reward as Momo. And that is like enough motivation for anyone who is working for you. So this is what I will consider for a local system for our markets.
Okay, thank you. How many of us are using any HR technology currently in our organization, just by show of hands? Okay, did you take into consideration all the things that he's mentioned? If not, there's an opportunity to make amendments. Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. You take into consideration the cost. Make sure that the HR technology you are adopting is tailored to your need. Don't just do it because everyone else is choosing this option, and so you're also going for that. Oh, that is great. Mr. Tanko, with your World Bank background, what has been your experience adopting global HR tech platforms that were not originally designed with African labor market context in mind?
Oh, sure. And also, just before I answer that question, what he explained, I think, is really good, and it shouldn't only be to HR. I think it cuts across when buying items, when going and buying items, not the, you know, the items that the features, but more of how it applies to you across the board. To answer your question, here we have lots of different things. We have many different languages. We have a number of, even in Ghana, we have people who are taking O-level, some are taking IG, there are lots of different pathways to education. We have many things that differ for us from Europe. So when these technologies, no matter how good they are in Europe, are brought down here, we have to ensure that, you know, they are customized to, you know, our local terrain. And so that's what we've seen, where organizations would go out, buy the best technology from Europe and bring it down, and it's not working. The gentleman talked about being able to, you know, move rewards to Momo. You wouldn't find that in a technology coming from abroad, but you would find it here. So what we've noticed is ensure that most of these technologies go through the local orientation and ensure that before you go for them, they work towards your specific needs.
Okay. Do we have any reaction from Mr. Nimarko?
All right. I think just like Tanko said, so there should be local relevance. Most of the Western solutions, they assume, you know, a standardized formal labor market. But the way we do things here, there are some differences. So you need to consider that. So that's why platforms like Learning Workflow, it sits within the context that is built locally, is developed with that. But of course, to global standards, so it has that level of compliance also. Thank you.
Okay. Is the HR technology you are using in your organization African or not? Okay. Let's take that into consideration because our culture demands something different. And so it's important that whenever we are selecting these technologies, we take our culture and other needs into consideration. Interesting. Mr. Wagodo. So how is AI transforming the recruitment function, specifically over the next few years? I believe that it hasn't been the same. It has transformed. In the next few years, do you think that it's also going to take another shape or form?
So, again, last week when I spoke at the GCHRA, before I ended my presentation, I told them that the nights before, if any of them got a message from LinkedIn request, for example, it probably wasn't me, it was my agent that was working for me, right? And a few people were like, okay, you know, so in terms of how AI, for example, is changing the landscape, a few things have changed. And I think this is relevant to all the CHROs here, HR leaders, as well as students, right? So number one, increasingly, we are seeing that AI is being used to analyze, in terms of the recruitment process, analyze CVs, right? So what that means is that in the past, if I'm applying for a role, they look at, you have a master's, you have a PhD, then okay, that alone you stand out. But increasingly these days, big companies are employing less of masters and PhDs. They're focusing more on skills. So the AI systems are also looking at what is your relevance. You may have a master's, let's say, in IT, but maybe focus on cloud, not on maybe AI or cybersecurity. So we want to look at the relevant skill for our organization. That's one thing. Number two is that now, because of agentic AI, what is happening is that if in the past it takes you, let's say, several weeks to recruit an individual, with the use of agentic AI now, that process that you are going to go through in terms of when you want to send an application. Typically, you write your requisition for recruiting a new person, right? Now, if you embed agentic AI into the flow, what will happen is that the AI agent now takes that requisition. Instead of you going to post on LinkedIn, JavaMan, and all those places, it can do it for you now. Once it does that, once you get the prospective applicants applying to you, the AI can analyze the flow, then come to you for approval if this list I have from the recruitment process is relevant to you, right? Once that is done, then once you approve the ones you want, it then goes back and it can help you send invites to them or help each other for interviews with the prospective applicants, right? So what that means for us is that if you look at the chart for a typical HR leader, you have a lot more time to focus on strategy. You sublet a little bit of time to agentic AI supporting you. But when you come to administration, for example, a chunk of the work there is now going to be done by agents for you, right? What we're also seeing is that, and we published this, like, I think it was this year we published this thing. We had 10 predictions for AI for 2026. What we are saying is that, and I'll mention just two of them, there's a new workforce coming now. That workforce is not human beings. So if you're an HR leader, you need to understand that you are not only going to manage human beings alone. There are AI agents now in the workfield with you. And now, what that also means is that we have a new role as well, called AI generalists, who are also going to support, manage these AI agents. They're not necessarily HR people, but people who are supervising the work that the AI agents are doing. Okay, so this is part of what is happening now, transformation-wise. And so it's going to cut down the time that you spend as HR leaders on typical mundane stuff and focus more on the strategic thinking for the organization, because agentic AI does three things for you. Number one, it helps you automate repetitive work, right? Work that you do every day is repetitive. You don't have to do it by yourself again. AI can help you do it. Number two, it helps you with what you call strategic augmentation. What that means is that, let's say you want to understand
recruitment is not just going to be recruiting human beings. AI technology is not going to select their AI people. Anyway, that is very interesting and eye-opening. The future is interesting and scary at the same time, but how prepared are you?
The thing is that the friction usually stems from the different levels of digital literacy. So you might have some staff who are not tech. Those who are a company, as a business, make it about them, the employees, that this solution is made that they see that, oh, really it's helping. I get more time to do other things. Then also there should be continuous learning. What we've also seen is most companies, you should have maybe micro-learning sessions,
manage transactions, and deliver digital financial services. From businesses and merchants to institutions and customers, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments is helping make transactions faster, simpler, and more accessible. It is technology that turns connectivity into opportunity. And the opportunity created by technology extends far beyond the traditional digital economy. It reaches the people and the industries that power Africa. AgroSpectrum brings digital innovation into agriculture, creating solutions that connect farmers, businesses, and other actors across the agricultural value chain. Through e-agriculture platforms, marketplaces, data-driven solutions, and subsidy management systems, AgroSpectrum is helping make agricultural programs more efficient, transparent, and accessible. Its work demonstrates how technology can move beyond screens and systems to create tangible impact in communities and across the agricultural economy. AgroSpectrum is digitizing agriculture and creating new pathways across the value chain. But digital solutions are only as strong as the infrastructure supporting them. And behind every successful deployment is the expertise to build, install, maintain, and keep that infrastructure running. ISD delivers infrastructure deployment, maintenance, and support services across telecommunications, power, and mining. From fiber and microwave radio deployments to land infrastructure, data center builds, and ongoing maintenance, ISD provides the technical capability required to turn plans into functioning infrastructure. Its work forms an essential link between technology and the physical environment in which it operates. Building, deploying, maintaining, supporting. And as more of the world becomes digital, the infrastructure doesn't stop at the network. The data itself needs a home, one that is secure, resilient, and built for the demands of a connected world. Onyx Data Center provides that digital foundation. As a secure, high-performance, carrier-neutral data center, Onyx provides co-location and data center solutions designed to support businesses in critical
For almost 40 years, we've broken new ground with every step forward. Today, AI is shaping a new era, evolving from an auxiliary tool to a core component of production systems. We are embracing the intelligent world, working with global customers and partners to empower industries, advancing industrial all-intelligence, and creating a brighter future together. Huawei's enterprise business has experienced steady growth. Huawei's ongoing R&D investments and cutting-edge technologies have bolstered its industry presence in vertical domains, underpinned lighthouse projects, showcased and lighted the way forward for industrial intelligence, and advanced the integration of intelligence.
Across Ghana, business and government are going digital.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space, accessible only by the ones you authorize. A place of trust, transparency, and account.
Is a technical partner of the National.
Technology is transforming how we see, understand, and respond to
Making your digital transformation simpler and secure has been at the heart of Sangfor's mission. This philosophy has kept us at the forefront of cloud infrastructure and cutting-edge cybersecurity. Established in 2000, Sangfor has more than 10,000 employees and spans over 60 offices around the globe. With at least 40% of our employees dedicated to research and development, A minimum of 24% of revenue generated is reinvested back into our 5 R&D centers. What makes Sangfor so different? With over 100,000 customers worldwide, we offer cloud integration with both online and on-premise security solutions. Our solutions have the flexibility to meet your requirements while maintaining security, efficiency, and productivity. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we developed a highly sophisticated security architecture that seamlessly integrates products, components, and services into future-proof solutions for your long-term needs. Sangfor Security Solutions accurately detect and eliminate threats while giving you a 360-degree view with telemetry from network to endpoint to applications. With Sangfor's world-class expert security team behind you, your organization's cybersecurity resources can be utilized more efficiently without adding more staff. Sangfor's unified cloud architecture runs and protects a wide variety of workloads. These workloads can be deployed anywhere you need, from on-premise data centers to edge locations to a remote office, and even in a managed cloud platform with fully dedicated and isolated compute clusters that you can trust. This is done in the Sangfor Trusted Cloud. Sangfor's Trusted Cloud unified cloud architecture with seamless customer experience allows you to focus on your business readiness and innovation. Infrastructure planning, maintenance, and operation complexity are reduced while still meeting your compliance requirements affordably. We are the only global vendor that tailors our solutions to fit the unique local needs in every country we serve. Thanks to our in-country data centers staffed with highly skilled local support and services personnel, our local proactive professional services teams work with you to achieve your business goals by stopping cyber threats 24/7. Sangfor has been proven to build resiliency for your digital transformation so you can thrive during any disruption. Our solutions merit best-in-class ratings from the industry's most trusted analysts, such as Gartner, Forrester, IDC, Frost & Sullivan, and recognized and certified by the most respected test labs and institutions globally. Sangfor makes your business ready for the future and makes your digital transformation simpler and secure.
Partner with Sangfor Technologies to simplify and secure your digital infrastructure. Omega, the authorized Sangfor distributor for the Middle East and Africa, your trusted solution provider.
broken new ground with every step forward. Today, AI is shaping a new era, evolving from an auxiliary tool to a core component of production systems. We are embracing the intelligent world, working with global customers and partners to empower industries, advancing industrial all-intelligence, and creating a brighter future together. Huawei's enterprise business has experienced steady growth. Huawei's ongoing R&D investments and cutting-edge technologies have bolstered its industry presence in vertical domains, underpinned lighthouse projects, showcased and lighted the way forward for industrial intelligence, and advanced the integration of intelligent technologies with industry scenarios. Focusing on welfare, security, and services, Huawei is helping public sectors unleash new productivity. We use city intelligent twins and open technical architecture to raise the digital and intelligent levels of public services. We are steering education toward a smarter, more efficient, and fairer future. We are enhancing diagnosis and treatment, making quality healthcare accessible to all. We've integrated AI into core financial services by creating smart, simple, and robust digital infrastructure. We have built a digital and intelligent foundation for the transportation and logistics industry to enable secure and efficient supply chain operations. We have created a capability matrix that combines technology, standards, ecosystems, and best practices to enable the digital and intelligent transformation of new power systems. We've been focusing on key scenarios in oil and gas, mining, steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, and building materials to achieve low carbon and intrinsically safe transformation. We've been amplifying intelligence for manufacturing by implementing industrial AI and creating real value. We offer leading products, solutions, and services to ISP customers, building intelligent and robust ICT infrastructure. We work with partners to help numerous SMEs seize opportunities in the intelligent era. Huawei eKit defines products based on scenarios, helping SMEs bridge the last mile to the intelligent world. Pre-integrated advanced ICT helps build 10GE, digital, intelligent, and green AI campuses. Intelligent computing data centers empower intelligent transformation across industries. Huawei is dedicated to open source and transparency with Kunpeng and Ascend, working with customers, partners, and developers to build a solid computing power foundation. The Xinghe Network solution offers safe, intelligent connections for shared growth in the agentic AI era. Advanced data storage creates efficient, green, and reliable data infrastructure. Huawei's ongoing advancements in optical networks make AI more accessible and boost customer efficiency. For partners, we spare no efforts in building a healthy and mutually beneficial collaboration system. Increased R&D investment strengthens our scenario-specific service capabilities. Huawei continuously builds leading and sustainable products and solutions in digital and intelligent infrastructure. We work with partners to support a vast range of AI models and applications, empower intelligent transformation across industries, and advance industrial all-intelligence.
Every transformation begins with a connection between people and technology, between businesses and opportunity, between ideas and the infrastructure that brings them to life. At Broad Spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information and communication technology company, providing advanced communication, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Over the years, the company has evolved beyond delivering individual technology solutions to building a broader ecosystem of capabilities, one designed to support the changing needs of businesses, institutions, and communities. From connectivity and software to infrastructure, data centers, digital payments, and specialized industry solutions, Broad Spectrum brings together technology, expertise, and experience to solve complex challenges. And behind this broader capability is a group of businesses, each with a distinct role to play. Together, they form the Broad Spectrum Group. Because digital transformation does not begin with just one solution. It begins with the ability to connect, to move information, to build infrastructure, to enable transactions, to digitize industries, and to create secure environments where technology can thrive. This is where the strength of the Broad Spectrum Group comes together. Spectrum Fiber Limited provides the high-capacity fiber infrastructure that keeps businesses, institutions, and communities connected. With an extensive fiber backbone of 8,000 kilometers plus across Ghana, Spectrum Fiber delivers dedicated internet, WAN, metro, and last-mile connectivity solutions designed for organizations that depend on reliable, high-performance networks. Its infrastructure enables businesses to communicate, access critical systems, and operate seamlessly wherever they are. Spectrum Fiber is connecting Ghana and enabling growth. But connectivity is only part of the digital economy. Once people and businesses are connected, they need the ability to transact. Our subsidiary, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments, takes that connection further by enabling secure and convenient digital transactions. Through payment APIs, USSD, POS solutions, payment URLs, and web and mobile platforms, the business provides organizations with the tools to collect payments, manage transactions, and deliver digital financial services. From businesses and merchants to institutions and customers, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments is helping make transactions faster, simpler, and more accessible. It is technology that turns connectivity into opportunity. And the opportunity created by technology extends far beyond the traditional digital economy. It reaches the people and the industries that power Africa. AgroSpectrum brings digital innovation into agriculture, creating solutions that connect farmers, businesses, and other actors across the agricultural value chain. Through e-agriculture platforms, marketplaces, data-driven solutions, and subsidy management systems, AgroSpectrum is helping make agricultural programs more efficient, transparent, and accessible. Its work demonstrates how technology can move beyond screens and systems to create tangible impact in communities and across the agricultural economy. AgroSpectrum is digitizing agriculture and creating new pathways across the value chain. But digital solutions are only as strong as the infrastructure supporting them. And behind every successful deployment is the expertise to build, install, maintain, and keep that infrastructure running. ISD delivers infrastructure deployment, maintenance, and support services across telecommunications, power, and mining. From fiber and microwave radio deployments to LAN infrastructure, data center builds, and ongoing maintenance, ISD provides the technical capability required to turn plans into functioning infrastructure. Its work forms an essential link between technology and the physical environment in which it operates. Building, deploying, maintaining, supporting. And as more of the world becomes digital, the infrastructure doesn't stop at the network. The data itself needs a home, one that is secure, resilient, and built for the demands of a connected world. Onyx Data Center provides that digital foundation. As a secure, high-performance, career-neutral data center, Onyx provides co-location and data center solutions designed to support businesses in critical digital operations. With Tier 4 certified infrastructure in Accra, Onyx provides the resilience, security, and connectivity organizations need to keep their digital environments running. Here, data is not simply stored, it is protected, connected, and kept ready for the world that depends on it. Connectivity, digital transactions, agriculture, infrastructure, data centers. On their own, each capability creates value. Together, they create something greater. A technology ecosystem where the strength of one business can complement the expertise of another, creating solutions that are broader, smarter, and better equipped to meet the needs of a changing Africa. Across the group, Broad Spectrum has delivered solutions for organizations in financial services, government, telecommunications, agriculture, energy, mining, and other critical sectors. From major connectivity infrastructure deployments to digital platforms and data center solutions, the group continues to apply technology where it can make the greatest difference. And while the businesses may operate across different industries, they share one ambition: to create solutions that connect, transform, and enable growth. Africa's digital future will require more than technology. It will require connectivity that reaches further, infrastructure that is stronger, digital solutions that are more accessible, and businesses that can turn innovation into real impact. Broad Spectrum is building for that future. With diverse capabilities, specialized businesses, and a shared commitment to innovation, the group is positioned to help organizations connect, transform, and grow. Different capabilities, different industries, different possibilities, one group. Broad Spectrum, empowering excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions.
Across Ghana, business and government are going digital faster than ever. Transformation at scale takes the right technology, the right partner, and the right intelligence. This is innovation at scale. This is GDS Africa. Headquartered in Accra, GDS Africa is a full-stack technology partner, trusted across Ghana and West Africa. Nearly 100 certified engineers, designing, orchestrating, and delivering the solutions that move your business forward. We don't just supply technology, we make it work, end to end. And today, artificial intelligence is at the core of everything we do. AI that turns your data into decisions, automates the routine, and strengthens your security. GDS puts AI to work, practically, responsibly built for African business. It all runs on a foundation we know inside out. Cloud, scalable and secure. Data center, the engine room. Networking, every site connected. Security around the clock. And collaboration, your people, together. 5 pillars. 1 integrated foundation. Technology alone isn't the answer, delivery is. We advise, we design, we integrate, and we manage it all so you don't have to. With AI woven through everything we do, this is how GDS makes it happen. We bring the world's best technology home to Ghana. As trusted partners of HPE, Microsoft, Acronis, Veeam, Sophos, and ASUS Global Innovation, backed by local expertise. From financial services to government, telecoms to energy, manufacturing, healthcare, education, and commercial enterprise. We power the sectors driving Ghana's economy forward. And we do it to a standard you can trust. ISO certified for quality, security, safety, and the environment. Accredited under Ghana's Cybersecurity Act and registered with the Data Protection Commission. Your business in safe hands. GDS Africa. Innovation at scale engineered in Ghana. Visit us at our stand or at gdsafrica.com. Let's build what's next together.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are. Where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. Accessible only by the ones you authorize. A place of trust, transparency, and accountability. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems ensure that all your important spaces are protected biometrically, by face, fingerprints, and even iris. Our asset tagging systems and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are exactly where you want them to be. We have conceptualized, designed, and built award-winning national identity infrastructures. The Ghana Card, in use by tens of millions of Ghanaians across the globe as their most trusted identity document. The non-citizen Ghana Card, in use by hundreds of thousands of non-citizens living in Ghana. Supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system, currently in use by all financial institutions and multiple government and private agencies across the country. We are the identity experts for all things that represent you: your brand, call cards, product labels, smart labels, bank and loyalty cards. We represent you, and we are certified to do so by the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 9000:2015, ISO 20000:2018, ISO 27001:2013, and ISO 22301:2019. We are certified by Europay, MasterCard, and Visa, and proudly certified by Intergraph at the government level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com and use the contact tab to book your free consultation today. That's www.marginsgroup.com.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today.
The business of technology is about transformation. It brings improvements in our lifestyles. The way we live, the way we work. And the companies such as IPMC are the IT companies who work in the background to be bringing such transformation in the society.
IPMC is the leading IT company in West Africa. We have offices in 5 countries: Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, Ivory Coast, and Sierra Leone. We primarily operate in key industries that drive economic growth, such as banking and finance, manufacturing, oil and gas, utilities, and the public sector. The most important thing for us as a technology company is to have a very clear understanding of our customers' vision. Once we are able to understand that, we help them achieve that vision through technology. We help our clients go through the journey of building digital capabilities, which further helps their clients access products and services at the click of a button.
Today with technology, even smaller companies, smaller businesses can have access to similar automated processes and similar strong systems in a similar efficient manner as multinationals of the world have been running. And this is the biggest advantage of technology, that it helps smaller organizations, medium-level organizations to grow and develop by having their employees more productive and more efficient.
Data centers are the heart of every organization. Whether IPMC creates an internal data center for you or you outsource it to us, our redundant and fault-tolerant design ensures ensures that your applications are up and running 24/7. We lay special focus on the proper management of power systems and the latest Intel-based compute system, which gives you a powerful processing power, and an optimized software-defined networking infrastructure, which gives you a reliable connectivity.
Apart from being one of the largest system integrators or the distributors of
For almost 40 years, we've broken new ground with every step forward. Today, AI is shaping a new era, evolving from an auxiliary tool to a core component of production systems. We are embracing the intelligent world, working with global customers and partners to empower industries, advancing industrial all-intelligence, and creating a brighter future together. Huawei's enterprise business has experienced steady growth. Huawei's ongoing R&D investments and cutting-edge technologies have bolstered its industry presence in vertical domains, underpinned lighthouse projects, showcased and lighted the way forward for industrial intelligence, and advanced the integration of intelligent technologies with industry scenarios. Focusing on welfare, security, and services, Huawei is helping public sectors unleash new productivity. We use city intelligent twins and open technical architecture to raise the digital and intelligent levels of public services. We are steering education toward a smarter, more efficient, and fairer future. We are enhancing diagnosis and treatment, making quality healthcare accessible to all. We've integrated AI into core financial services by creating smart, simple, and robust digital infrastructure. We have built a digital and intelligent foundation for the transportation and logistics industry to enable secure and efficient supply chain operations. We have created a capability matrix that combines technology, standards, ecosystems, and best practices to enable the digital and intelligent transformation of new power systems. We've been focusing on key scenarios in oil and gas, mining, steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, and building materials to achieve low carbon and intrinsically safe transformation. We've been amplifying intelligence for manufacturing by implementing industrial AI and creating real value. We offer leading products, solutions, and services to ISP customers, building intelligent and robust ICT infrastructure. We work with partners to help numerous SMEs seize opportunities in the intelligent era. Huawei eKit defines products based on scenarios, helping SMEs bridge the last mile to the intelligent world.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please return to the auditorium. If you can hear my voice, kindly return to the auditorium for the final session. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to the auditorium for the final session. Those of you who are here, once again, we appreciate your punctuality. Kindly reach out to your colleagues, your friends, and those that you simply networked with, and let them know that the final session is beginning. The final session for the HR Tech Playground 2026 is beginning. Thank you all so much. Production, take it away.
We spare no efforts in building a healthy and mutually beneficial collaboration system. Increased R&D investment strengthens our scenario-specific service capabilities. Huawei continuously builds leading and sustainable products and solutions in digital and intelligent infrastructure. We work with partners to support a vast range of AI models and applications, empower intelligent transformation across industries, and advance industrial all-intelligence. For almost 40 years, we've broken new ground with every step forward.
Every transformation begins with a connection between people and technology. between businesses and opportunity, between ideas and the infrastructure that brings them to life. At Broad Spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information.
For those of us who are in the auditorium already, I've been kindly asked that everybody should move forward to the very first row. Very first row. So those at the back, kindly assist me by moving all the way forward. Let's occupy the first 4 rows. Once they are filled, then we can begin. So the middle section. So those in the middle, those at the back, please just come forward. Literally just the first 4 rows are going to be active for this particular session. So this includes everybody. Please just take a step forward, take a step forward. First 4 rows, right? Let's all come closer, let's all come closer. I've been advised to simply wait until the first rows are complete. That goes for this section as well. This section as well. Please just come down, let's fill the first 4 rows. I can see that I've asked to fill the first row. People are going to the 4th row first. Don't worry, it will fill out and then you have to come down. So hi, those there at this section, please come down. Right, so only capitalizing on the first 4 rows, all right? Nothing beyond that. Nothing beyond that. Hi, so sorry, I've been asked to bring you down, please. So we're only limiting it to these rows. So if you just kindly come down, right, that would be good. All right, we will appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kindly come down, thank you. We've made eye contact, so you have to come down. All right, we're limiting it to the first 4 rows. Okay. Cece, you want to come down a little bit? Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Fantastic. Or maybe you can even join this other section. I think people are allergic to the front. Is it something about the front? There's an entire row here that's been abandoned, right? Let's make our way forward. Let's make our way forward. Thank you. Just squeeze over a friend. Squeeze on over. All right. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Okay, perfect. Good. So we're waiting for a few more people. Let's get a few more people to come through. But in the meantime, I'd like to just find out, how has your experience been so far? All right, let me come off my stage and platform. All right. You know, as I draw closer, I can see everybody strategically avoiding my gaze. Especially this young lady in gray. Yes, you know, it has to happen. So just kind of share your experience so far, all right?
Hi, everyone. It's been very insightful. I've been here since morning. I'm not studying anything tech-related, but I just wanted to hear a few stuff, and it has been exciting. Yes, thank you.
It has been exciting. Gentlemen in the pink shirt, kindly share your experience so far.
All right, so I'll say 2 things. It has been informative and educative. So I'm Clive. I'm from Ghana Communication Telecom University. Yep.
All right. Forcing Ghana Communication Technology. Yeah, it's been fun. Yeah. And educative also. All right.
Doxa AI. Sorry, I saw your shirt, so.
Hi, I'm Jaden from Doxa AI Solutions, and I'd say this program has been very eye-opening because of the information that has been shared on the data protection laws, how we can bridge the gap between the manual stuff that human beings do and the work that AI can do to help make things efficient. So I've learned a lot.
Hi, I'm Nana Edibia, People Experience and Performance Officer from GAIU. This initiative has been amazing, and genuinely speaking, I came to meet the DV early session. Initially, I was wondering what's going on, but moving forward,
all the other sessions have been very educative, and I think kudos to the main organizers of this initiative.
Unfortunately, I just joined the last session, yes. Oh, I'm anticipating.
All right, beautiful. We are expecting some more people. But I think it's been good, right? I think it has been good. There's been a lot that has happened with each of the different sessions, okay, that is bringing a lot of value, all right? We have to understand that when it comes to artificial intelligence, there are small things that we can do as professionals that bring forth new value to everything that we do, okay? A lot of you are familiar with Claude and with, ChatGPT and so on, right? But if you think about it, the whole essence of artificial intelligence is to solve problems, okay? It's to solve problems, right? And I'll give you a personal example. Something that I absolutely don't understand that hasn't been in our beloved country, Ghana. And maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, a simple expense and budgeting sheet. Why hasn't anybody linked it to mobile money? Why do I have to go, if I want to plan my expense, I have to now go and be checking messages and go and put inside an Excel sheet and so on? Something like this, and it's been on my heart for a long time. Now, there are solutions abroad. There is a company in the UK called Monzo, right? And they have these cards. It's a fintech platform, absolutely amazing. When you pay, it even tracks the location that you paid, the store that you paid, down to the item that you paid for. And it's all linked in their own app. So every time you use the card, either online or you tap to pay in person, you'll get all of your information. It shows you spend 30 cedis on food and you spend 25 cedis on transportation. And so as a young professional, right, looking to improve the budgeting experience, naturally you say that, oh, I've seen somebody do this before, why isn't it here? And so you go and you try and create the solution yourself, and you go to Excel and you try to do all of these things, but it's so manual. And then comes in the AI, where you can basically create a personalized solution for you. But this is what we were talking about in one of the earlier conversations. This is what people are doing. They're in companies, they're creating solutions just for them, or somebody has found a problem, let me just do it for myself and go ahead and use it. And maybe it works well, maybe it doesn't work very well. But you see, it becomes problematic when you have all of these separated and isolated solutions that are not talking to anybody else. And so we cannot scale if we keep it to ourselves. But once you begin to understand that artificial intelligence only exists because people offered up information for the intelligence to be trained, you realize that it is no longer an isolated solution. It is as wide, as powerful, if not more powerful, than the internet. It is a massive technological brain that continues to grow, and each and every one of us is simply drawing from that information, pulling from it, gathering resources, and applying it to our local space and our environment. The more willing we are to do this, the more it will grow. There are so many artificial intelligence voice agents, right, that have been trained on the English language, French, Mandarin, German, Arabic. And it is so interesting to see that when you look for any AI that can speak in Chi, Ga, Ewe, Inzema, you will find none that exist. But we have Tree Bibles, and we have Ewe Bibles, meaning that there is enough knowledge out there, but it takes us to be able to bring forth these solutions, right? Later on, the company that I work with will also be doing a demonstration, and one of the most common questions that we have when we're doing the AI voice agent and showing people, oh, can we get Tree? Oh, can we get Tree? And I have to sit down and explain to somebody, it takes hundreds of thousands of hours and hundreds of millions of dollars. But that process will never start until we start it, right? Those that train the English and the French and all these international languages that the AIs can speak perfectly, they put in the work. They put in the work. They even have their own dialects. They wanted this information to be made available. So we have to take it upon ourselves as citizens of the world and citizens of our country, Ghana, to use it to leverage our own solutions and put it onto, in a sense, the solutions market. It is not everything that must be kept so quietly to yourself. Information is meant to be shared. And in my small, very spontaneous session, I hope I've inspired you to share more, to use AI more, and to be more in this period. Thank you. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the fireside chat. We do have the fireside chat available. Let me just grab this so that I can speak to it. All right. So the very next session that we have available, all right, this is one that we'll use to end, or one of the latter sessions that we have. Okay. All right. So, perfect. Okay, good. So now that lunch is over, we have the fireside conversation, which is on AI-empowered people operations, beyond automation to strategic impact. Beyond operation to strategic impact. And so we'd like to welcome those who will be handling the fireside conversation, all right? Yes. So those of you handling, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? She has traveled a long way to be here, all right? Thank you so much. Take us away in this fireside chat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fireside chat. And today we are going to talk about AI-empowered people operations beyond automations to strategic impact. I think MC has said a lot. We're currently doing so much in AI operations in our offices as HRs. We are processing payroll being automated, leave management being automated. That's all good. However, that's not a strategy. So we are asking, what happens if AI moves beyond all these automations and guides us as HR practitioners on how to make decisions that's going to impact business in a very strategic way? Help me welcome my three distinguished panelists. Let's welcome Madame Sylvia Appiah. She is the CEO and lead consultant at Information Governance Solutions. Please, let's give her a big round of applause. We also have Madame Samantha Odonko. She is the senior HR manager for NITA, and she's led this in her organization as well. Last but not the least, let's welcome Dr. Dana Natongma. He is the CEO, President, and Executive Director of RAI African Institution. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, please, let's give them a big round of applause. So we are speaking beyond automations to strategic impact using AI. I'm going to be your moderator for this session. I go by the name Mavis Aidu from Adaptive Computer Solutions Limited. I think I'm going to start with a quick one from Madame Sylvia, because she's from IGF. And Madame Sylvia, today we are going to give us a bit of what data, the data maturity issues that we have. So from your point of view, what will be the most common data maturity challenges that affect businesses?
So good afternoon, everybody. As been introduced, my name is Sylvia Appiah. I lead and manage an organization that are focused on data governance, information governance, and data protection from an organization perspective. So this morning, we heard from the Data Protection Commission aligning or highlighting some of the things organizations need to do. And we as Information Governance Solutions, what we do is to enable or help organizations to take that journey of data protection and data governance compliance. And so I had a question for the audience. Who knows of any organization that doesn't have people in that organization, at least one? Does anybody know of any organization? And so we are talking about data maturity. We are talking about AI and scaling up and innovation. Without data or information about you and I, human beings, and this is central to the HR function, no organizations can exist. And so managing people's data or people's information becomes core for every organization. And so the question is about data maturity. And so we've listened to a lot of speakers, and they've talked about the tunnel of information's life cycle or people's life cycle in terms of from the recruitment all the way to perhaps retirement. And so having the right data set, and when we talk about maturity, it means we have enough information, we have the integrity of the data is not compromised. At the same time, we are managing the risk around, for example, we are using AI solutions. Because we are managing information and using technology comes with a lot of risk. And I'll talk about some of those risks. So data maturity is key because in terms of strategy, if you are doing forecast or planning and the information about your workforce or your clients or your customers who happens to be human beings are not at a level where you can actually make decisions based on it. So using AI, it can give you insights and all that. And so to ensure that the data quality is good enough so that you can rely on it as being matured over a certain period to deliver your core services or to do forecasting. It is very, very key. And like I said, it starts with information about you and I.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now that you giving us insight about having this data being based on what we do as people in the organization. Coming to that, then it means trusting AI with this, very stakeholder decisions to make. It means that we have to look out for some risks involved.
Absolutely. Even coming here is a risk. Risk is something that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Somebody might decide, I'm going to take an Okada. Somebody might take their own car. Somebody might take a private or public car. All these things are risk. When you decide to go and study a particular course, it's a risk. But the risk can be positive or negative. And so it's about managing the impact or probability around what you're doing. And so when we link it to AI and AI operations in the HR environment, we are managing those risks. When we recruit somebody based on AI technology doing the passing and shortlisting and eventually offering, we are taking risk on that individual. And so we need to manage all those risks. And when that individual comes in, as we heard from previous panelists, human capital is one of it's the highest or the most risk to any organization. Because their behavior, the way they do things, their skills will either make the organization meet its core mandate or succeed. So you can't operate and not manage risk because AI solution is going to, for example, replace the repetitive tasks that we've discussed today. So risk is core in everything we do.
Great, thank you so much. So Madam Sylvia has just mentioned how we are going to use AI to even recruit staff. So now I think Madam Samantha would come in to give us what was one of the biggest challenges you could ever face as an HR when you had wanted to, leadership to help you in terms of using AI or having your HR being driven from the manual side to.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Odonko, as mentioned before. I am the Senior HR Manager with NITA, National Information Technology Agency. So one of the most critical challenges that you'd face, or any HR person would face in your journey of adopting HR when it comes to employees and leadership is, I would have to say, trust. Okay, in such a situation, trust is very critical because not necessarily the technology itself, but just the small word trust. Because when HR is infused into, when AI is infused into HR, you'd find out that employees become a bit skeptical. Okay, they try to find out and start asking themselves questions like, is this system going to influence my promotion? Is this system going to judge me? Is it going to look at my potential? Even the data that is fed into the system, is it about me? Is it accurate? And I think it's valid. Their concerns are valid. Also, from the perspective of management or leadership, you would see that leadership is also in most times concerned with quality, the data quality. They are equally concerned with things like confidentiality because you're feeding the system with information. So definitely leadership is concerned with how confidential are the company issues being exposed? Is it out there? They are equally concerned with accountability. For instance, if AI should give a recommendation, okay, and then you implement it, and then something goes wrong, you find out that management is concerned with who to hold accountable. Are they going to hold the AI accountable or who? That's the most thing. So you'd find out that the biggest issue is trust. Now, the issue is how can you approach that? How can you solve that? So one important way is to look at it from the point of view of it's not a technology issue, but rather you should approach it as change management issue. Okay, in the case where you have to involve the employees in the whole journey. Okay, educate them on the system, sensitize them, make sure that there are proper structures in place. Okay, to guard the use of the system. Okay, and then you can even go further to give them, what is it called? Demonstrate probably success stories, okay, relating to that. Once that is done, you find out that they begin to loosen up a bit regarding this whole system. And then with that, that's one way you can actually approach that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just made mention that there should be trust.
Yes.
And then there is this collaboration between the teams. So Samantha, you just said it's not about the technology. It's about the change management. Yes. So now the IT department is here saying they oversee technology. And HR says, no, this is about change management. So how do you marry that to? What should be the chief human resource officer's role in terms of this?
Okay. With this one, it's a bit dicey, but I'd rather not cage it to either the chief HR officer or probably the technical guys. Like you rightly said, you need to marry the two because the technical people, they bring in perspectives from, they bring in, let's say, expertise from, they bring in the technical side, like information on the system, information on infrastructure, data issues. They bring the technical expertise. And then the chief HR officer also brings in the people perspective in this. So you need to find a way to marry the two. Now, having said that, what the chief HR officer can do in such a situation is to tackle probably workforce readiness. Ensure that your employees are actually ready to use the system. Okay, how ready are they? Because when you introduce AI, you're going to find out that roles, skills, positions may shift. They may change a bit. Okay, so now you need to go further as an HR person to find out, how can I do this? Is it through rescaling? Is it through training needs? You need to tackle that problem. Now, another thing that you can do is also through adoption. Ensure that the system is properly adopted. And then also try to fuse it into the organizational culture. Okay, like I said before, you need to make sure that it properly sinks in with the employees, because without that, you'd find out that even the most efficient system will fail. Okay, if the employees don't identify with it, you would find out that even the best system will fail.
Very true. It means when the system is good and the people do not adapt, they will actually not see the true benefit of it. Mm-hmm. And this brings me to Dr. Dana. HR is saying when there is a solution, we'd have to maybe, because of AI, there should be some form of skills upgrading, training. So for you, from the educational aspect, what do you see, or how do you see AI shaping organization design and decision making in terms of having people also have that AI skills to work in that frame?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Like they said, my name is Danan Antogma. I'm the founder of RAI African Institute. We are a lifelong learning organization, and we focus on digital skills. We are in the process of launching our online platform on digital skills. So that is what we do. Now, to your question, I think before I even come to your question, we have to address the issue of, let's ask ourselves this question: what happens when you combine artificial intelligence with human intelligence? And I think this question reflects the theme for our session. Now, people's organization is one that puts people at the center of planning, culture, performance, and organizational development. Now, Empowered People Organization combines artificial intelligence with human intelligence, culture, and leadership to improve decision-making and lead to strategic impact in terms of making the organization more competitive. Now, with the advent of AI, the question we should be asking as HR practitioners is, what can AI do for the people and the organization? So moving beyond automation, you are looking at where AI can use to augment people's skills. And this afternoon, we were told how people are afraid about how AI is going to replace them. Like most of the speakers said, it's unlikely that will happen. If you look at the various revolutions that we have gone through, there was always fear, but at the end of the day, human beings survive. So I would say that in the AI era, reskilling the people, trying to use AI to find out skill gaps. So what are the skills gaps that you already have in your organization? And then what kind of skills do you have now? What kind of training or retraining can you give your people so that they will become AI ready and can become more efficient? And also, just to add that we should move beyond looking at AI as an efficiency issue to seeing AI as a more strategic issue that has to do with people.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Dana. So catching up on the skills building, what should HR be most concerned about? Because now you are going to have AI automations. You need the people to also be skilled in that. What should HR be looking for? I think you've already mentioned HR should be looking for gaps too. So how should they be prepared for this in the next coming years?
I think HR need to move from, or even organizations, let me not limit it to HR. Organizations need to look at the AI not as a departmental issue, but as an enterprise capability issue. So rather than talk about how AI can enhance human resource department, let's look at the broader organization. How can AI help the organization to become more competitive?
Whoa, how can AI help the organization to become more competitive? Then looking at that, it means that there is a gap that needs to be bridged. So how are we going to bridge this gap? I think this question will go to all of the panel, anyone who would want. How do we bridge this gap? What would be the clear difference, practically, that we would have to do?
Practically would be reskilling and coming out with micro-learning strategies in your organization that your employees can begin to learn on a micro basis, on small bits, so that they'll become competent at their own level. And that means that we should also move beyond organizing training at one session and maybe building systems that will enable people to learn 24 hours within the organization. So anytime they feel they have a challenge in some area, they should be able to access information and continue learning.
Yes, lifelong learning, continuous learning, micro-learning in organizations. That's great insight from Dr. Dana. But now, AI is going to help us shape decisions. AI is going to make recommendations. However, AI is not human. It doesn't have that emotion aspect. So how are we going to make sure AI's recommendation, we're also going to judge it from our own angle? Is this right for the organization? Is there something we would have to work out on? Would anyone want to take that?
Okay, so like you rightly said, I think that the best way to approach this would be not to see AI as the ultimate, okay? See it as an advisor. At the end of the day, the people, the humans, should have the final say. Like AI can make a recommendation, but at the end of the day, it lacks the context, okay? For instance, it can signal out or flag a particular employee as having probably the need for more development, okay? Then you should go further as an AI-powered human resource person to find out, first of all, what context was this recommendation made? You should go further. Probably there are challenges that the employee is facing, personal challenges. Probably there are challenges within the team, his team. But then all this information is not found in the data that was fed into AI. So you need to go further on that recommendation made and put it in context, okay? Add that human touch or human oversight to it to make it complete. Without that, you find out that, okay, you would probably be using AI, but you will not be getting the efficiency you want.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Samantha. It means we might be using AI, but we won't get the efficiency we want. And I want Madam Sylvia to come in from the governance level. Now we are using AI to actually make the decisions. Do we have the governance structure in place as companies before we even try to use this data from AI to make these strategic decisions?
Okay. AI governance is quite broad, and I like to look at it from 3 circles: the people, the technology, and the processes. The frameworks that exist, so for example, we have the EU AI Acts. Ghana has launched a national framework, but we haven't gone into policy and regulation yet. And so when it comes to governance, there has to be a process where we assess, and I'm not going back to risk, but about the governance means we need to have a structure, for example, who is responsible for certain decisions that we make outside by using AI, who is accountable for the decisions when it's not so right, who in the organization to be informed, so the employees, stakeholders. And so we need to start from that perspective. And then the governance structures are, for example, you can do something called an AI impact assessment. And so for HR organizations, before you introduce an HR, you need to do an impact assessment. And it's simply a risk assessment to understand the kind of impact it's going to have on the organization, on the people, on the processes, on the technology. So frameworks exist, but not fully implemented. And like I said, there are African countries who are still working on developing the framework through legislation and policy. And Ghana, if you look at the pillars that we put together for the framework, at some point we are working towards having a responsible AI policy. And in that could be a starting framework, because there will be principles laid out. So an example is, if you are introducing a system, for example, you need to see, is it going to produce bias? We had examples in the earlier discussion where they were talking about, for example, discrimination against female or young or old alike. And so these are frameworks that we can follow. So the regulation is one way of governing how we use AI and policy. So no organization should start introducing AI solution operation without doing an assessment, which is what I'm referring to as an impact assessment. So we started talking about scaling our employees, managing change. So all these has to be incorporated to understand how we are going to manage the people, so the HR lens, how we're going to train them, how often, what do we actually need to skill or skilled our workforce in. So that could be a framework for managing the governance. So AI governance is as critical as organizational or corporate governance, because if you don't look at AI with that lens, you will find that the risk will roll up to the enterprise risk. And so that is what I would say. We need to look at the whole people aspect, the processing that are behind using the automation or AI to make decisions or strategy. And then we look at the technology behind it. So when you are bringing in a solution, we need to assess, will that allow us to, for example, meet our compliance requirements in other areas? You know, this afternoon they talked about data protection, they talked about fraud, and so on and so forth. So the governance has to capture all these to understand how it's going to impact, and what measures, what policies, what procedures do we need to put in place to ensure we get the maximum benefits from the use of AI. And so if we are not, for example, when we are assessing it, we need to say, okay, we've got a tool and we've uploaded current employees' data. They may have left, so they are previous employees, yet we are focusing on our skills gap with the data that exists. And so it's important that if we are bringing in tools for automation, for example, as part of the impact assessment, especially if it's a third party, we need to make sure that their solution is scalable and it grows with emerging technology and emerging risks.
Then that means there is a lot that HR also needs to do in terms of this AI automation. But then I'll just start from Madam Sef, then I would come back to Samantha. What would be one advice you would want to give an HR, a Chief Human Resource Officer, who is starting out his journey in AI automations in their workflow? What would be the advice you would give?
I think first of all, you need to do your own gap analysis in HR to understand where your gaps or what your needs are. And then engage experts who can come and advise you before you even think about a solution. And so this is something we do. We come in your organization, do a gap analysis, give you a report, and give you an action plan. So ensure you bring in the services of experts who can advise you before you even think of a solution that might look like it's going to answer your question. So you need to do that fact-finding first. And then marry that with what your organizations or what HR wants to achieve. And I think my colleague here mentioned IT and HR. Don't do this on your own. It's a corporate thing. Remember, I started by saying which organization can operate without humans. And so the whole organization is centered around human capability. So you need to always make sure you've assessed that. Bring in the experts there. We've met a lot of people on this discussion. Bring them in. Some of them might be even pro bono. Before you even think of having the solution or looking at that demo of the system that you think will take all the repetitive tasks, do that first. Don't start training people on AI until you know exactly what your needs are. Then you can focus on what skills that you actually need to do. So that will be my advice to any HR department or organization. Understand what you need to do, identify your gaps, and then find experts or solutions to mitigate the potential risk or gaps for you.
Thank you so much, Madam Sylvia. Identify the gaps, get experts to do the analysis for you. So now to Madam Samantha, you found the experts, they've done the analysis, they found the gap. What would be your advice to an HR who wants to go into this journey and has done all this?
Okay, building on what Madam Sylvia said, so I think the next step would be, as I said before, build the trust in your employees and leadership. Make sure that everybody is in tune with where you're going. Let them see AI as an empowerment tool and not something that is here to replace them or probably judge them wrongly. Okay, having done that, the next step will probably be to make sure that you have a clean and clear data. Because remember that whatever system it is works on the data you feed it. So you should make sure that your data is clean and reliable. Yes.
Clean and reliable data. Yes, definitely. When you have a technology and you don't even feed it with data, there's nothing you're going to get out of that. So back to Mr. Dana. Now we've seen the governance side. We've been asked to get the expertise to come and do the analysis gap. HR is also talking about the trust that you have to build with the team. So from your educational aspect, what should an upcoming HR do once they want to adopt this AI automations?
I think HR should, and not just HR, no organization should want to become an AI organization overnight. You need to start small. So first, pilot it, get the gaps, identify the skills, organize small training sessions, evaluate the small training sessions, and then just move on one step at a time. Do not want to become an AI organization overnight.
Thank you so much, Doc. So to sum up what you've all said, we've now started from making our analysis, looking at the gap we have. We are now partnering with other departments to make sure everybody's on board, building the trust. And now we are looking at piloting this technology, looking at the gaps in there, having the training that needs, and upskilling the people who are involved. Hasn't this session been great? Have we learned something? I just want to throw it back to the audience. Does anybody have a question for Doc, Samantha? In fact, we've had a lot, from governance issue to the real people behind the HR work, and then to the education aspect. Is there any question from the audience? Somebody wants to ask a question? Okay, sure. Gentleman in green. please.
Sure. So good evening to everyone. My name is Frederick Addison. I'm a student of the University of Ghana. So my question goes to Dr. Dana. So in your speech, you mentioned that people have a lot of problem when it comes to the employment side and then AI. And then you said it was mentioned this afternoon that there has been a lot of industrial revolution, and then these problems were there. But then with time, people got to adapt. But let's look at the first industrial revolution, where we had factories and then mechanized production. People shifted from farms and then small workshops to these factories. But farms were still there. These workshops were still there. So we got new employment. Farmers were still working. Let's look at the second industrial revolution: electricity, steel, chemical. We were using electricity. Factories were still there. Farms were still there. Computers came. They replaced manual calculators and then all those. But we still needed people with the knowledge of calculation to operate these computers. So they were still needed. But let's look at this revolution, automation. Look at people who work in routines. If we automate AI to work in the same routine, because AI works with algorithm, I think we don't need those people working in routines again, right? Yeah, we wouldn't need them again. So is there a big picture I'm not seeing, or the danger is actually huge than we are thinking? Thank you, that's my question.
Thank you very much. So he said the danger. Is there any danger you are not seeing? Okay.
I think reskilling people, like you mentioned that some jobs will go. Definitely, some jobs will go. But AI will also create new jobs. That is also a fact. So the fact that jobs are going does not mean that people will become totally redundant. You can reskill, you can also go into new areas where the AI is providing opportunities for people.
I hope that answers your question. Yes, Dr. Dana just mentioned, he's saying AI, yes, some jobs will get lost. However, it will create new. So it means that you will have to look at where you are studying and make sure that you upskill. Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Sylvia.
I just wanted to add, I think I like that you started from revolution and gave us some history. But before computers came, I don't want to show my age as born before computers, but even in administrative and secretarial duties, we had the typewriter, and I was privileged to use one of those. And computers came. And then we had all these software, Microsoft, you can dictate. In fact, we had dictaphones first. So your boss can just dictate onto a tape and you can transcribe. But there's still people who are still doing jobs and secretarial jobs. Computers came, we're still doing the same jobs. So AI is also another era. It's not going to wipe out the need for human intervention or human oversight. It's just like Doc said, it's going to be a different approach. Like I said, I learned with the typewriter, but I now use a keyboard, and even better now I use a tablet, and I can use a pen that can write and transcribe. I can do a Teams meeting and AI can transcribe. That doesn't mean I still will need somebody to look at the transcription of the AI and still make sure corrections are done. Technology around now are more the Western world based. Only a few solutions that are being built here are geared towards local dialects. Imagine a Teams meeting recording somebody from Kenya, somebody from Rwanda, somebody from Ghana or Mali. We'll all say the same thing, but the AI might interpret it differently. So the point I'm making here is it's not here to replace us. It's here to make our work efficiently. And so to emphasize, we need to start thinking about reskilling, but we will always be needed. Because like I said, no business exists without people. So it can't replace us. Otherwise, we can't even offer services because there's nobody to offer the services to. So be assured that it's not going to take over us, but we have to be ready for the change that is happening. And that's the key thing to take away. Make sure you are aligned with what is emerging in this landscape and be ready to do that.
Thank you so much, Madam Sylvia. Someone has another question.
Yes. Okay. After listening to my well-endowed panelists, they have raised some significant importance of AI and some of them beyond our automation. I want to ask a question. Now that we've all agreed fundamentally that AI is relevant to our daily activities, especially in our academic discourse, don't you think it should be established as a course starting from the nursery to the tertiary institution, and it should be compulsory for everyone, regardless your level? What do you think?
This will go to Dr. Dana. Then Samantha will come because she's also coming in from Asia.
Yes, I think with AI literacy should cut across all levels, from primary school to our universities, to our workplaces. Everybody should become AI literate. Because if you are not, you will be replaced by the next person who is AI literate. I think the problem is that people are not going to lose their jobs. You only lose your job if you don't reskill yourself, if you don't get yourself ready for the next AI platforms that will come. And like this afternoon, it was mentioned, technology changes very fast. Between now and the end of the year, we might find that ChatGPT and these all models that we are using currently will become a thing of the past. So you always have to continue to reskill yourself, continue lifelong learning. That's what I'll say.
Thank you so much. I think what Doctor is drumming to us that we have to take is the continuous life learning. That's the only way AI will not take us out of the way, but it will empower us. I think Madam HR would also throw light on that from HR perspective.
Okay, I think I agree with what Dr. Dana said. AI is not here to take your jobs, but it would be a great thing if what the person from the audience asked, if it's implemented in Ghana, because you'd find out that even now, as far as AI has been introduced and infused, you'd find out that there are certain people who are still struggling. So I believe that if it's something that is inculcated from right down from when probably you are old enough to get involved, that would be a great thing. So then by the time you hit the workforce, or even before, you'll be well equipped to take over and then take charge, because you'd find out that sometimes the things you want to do, it's not really, people basically struggle, okay? And then in the workforce, also coming from NITA, being in NITA, which is a technological company, you'd realize that technology does really change fast. Like Dr. Dana said, within the next 3 to 5 years, I'm sure that there'll be new introductions. And the point is, if you don't reskill, that is when you'd probably feel that AI is a threat to you. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think today we've had a lot on our table. Okay, there is a question. Please, one last question here, and then our time is far finished.
Thank you very much. Mine is not actually a question. I just want to contribute to like Sylvia started saying earlier, she had the opportunity to use a typewriter. And then we moved to computer. Those of you who were around the year 2000, when we were on campus, they said a certain stone was coming. Some earth body was moving towards the earth. And people had predicted where it would come, and eventually it didn't come. They said it was that the size of the Greenland in Canada also. So what I want to say is that AI is a tool. Just like computer became a tool. When we were in university like you, we were writing and presenting our assignments and quizzes, and everything was done with our pen and paper. Booklets. We look for somewhere, cafe, to go and print our assignment and present. Today, all students are supposed to have laptops. That is a tool. So just like computer became a tool that every organization employs an employee or a candidate who knows how to use computer. If you don't know how to use computer, we will not employ you. So AI has come also as a tool to help us achieve, and I think most of when we are referring to AI, we're referring to generative AI. It's a tool to help us do our work fast. So if you don't learn, or if your brain was fast, just like the AI we are using to do our analysis, then you are fine. If your brain cannot analyze and we give you an assignment and you spend 3 days to produce the results, when your colleague can spend 3 minutes to generate in a few seconds, refine it, with all the needed prompt to get us the work the way we want, do you think we will not consider having discussions with you? Definitely. So AI is not coming to take away anybody's job. But like they keep repeating, it is your colleague who learned to use AI as a tool who will take your job away from you. Do you understand? So AI is a tool, just like computer is a tool. In those days, typewriter was a tool. So we employed secretaries who can type fast for us. Computer came and was super faster. And now we have AI who can help us do analysis. So it's a tool. It's not going to take anybody's job. But if you don't learn to use it as a tool, a time will come, we'll also not employ you. Do you get the point? After AI, something more exciting will come. So we keep upgrading. It is just like today, everybody builds house in Accra and they don't use louvers. In fact, we were using windows. The windows you close and open. Louvers came, a lot of blades, some break and all of that. So now everybody uses glass. You push to one side. That is just how it is. So AI is a tool and not somebody who is coming to steal your job. You just have to learn to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. AI is a tool and it's not going to replace you. When you leverage on it, you are going to be the next person on board. Please, let's give a big hand of applause for my distinguished panelists. It's been exciting. It's been exciting. And then I think we just want to say thank you to Madame Sylvia for being here with us. Thank you, Madame Samantha, as well. And thanks to Doc for giving us so much insight. How about that? Please, let's give them a big round of applause again.
So now we'll just have the panel take a good picture, photo opportunity, and any senior management from the day that would love to be part of this picture, feel free to be part of this picture. Lovely. All right. Fantastic. Okay. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. So, yes, we just have one final opportunity. Yes. All right. Okay. Big smiles. All right. Fantastic. Okay, good. So, we are pushing on. We are pushing on to the final section of the Lene HR Tech Playground. We are about to wrap up. We have some experiential demos, right? So this is a portion that a lot of you have been looking forward to get to see and interact with some of the things that are going on. And the very first company that we have available, Fireflies.io. Fireflies.io. Where are you? Just come forward to do your experiential demo, then followed up with Tech Hub Africa, and then last but not the least, Ikigai Software Limited. Now, I happen to be the head of sales and marketing at Ikigai Software Limited, so I do hope that you stay for our presentation, and then we're done. I promise you that. Okay, all right, we have a full-on demonstration. Okay, so this is fireflies.io. Feel free to go on Instagram, give them a follow, right? And I hand over to you, sir. The stage is yours.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, my name is George Safo. I'm the founder and CEO for Firefly.io. So Firefly, we are a robotics company in Ghana. We actually focus on three main things as our service. So when it comes to, we are talking about AI, we are talking about technology, we are talking about, now, one thing that we normally, although we all know about AI, but the thing is that when you go outside Accra, we have a lot of people that haven't even heard about AI before, that haven't even used AI before. But we mostly in Accra have the privilege that we get to use these tools and all that. But what about those that are outside in Accra? Or let's say, and that is the problem we are trying to solve. As I said, we have less than about 20 students that have access to robotics education. Now, the problem is that there's a lack of access, or let's say lack of resources. Or they sometimes even, when I talk about access, sometimes they haven't even gotten the opportunity for someone to even tell them about AI before. And that's the problem that we are solving. So we do this, So we do this in three main ways. We are, as I said, we are a robotics company, so we organize a national robotics competition. And we do this for middle school, high school, and tertiary. That means we do it across every level of education. And to make it more accessible, we also do develop our own robotics kit right here in Ghana, which we also use for training and all that. Then we have a training that we do. So the training that we do is also not just on robotics, but we do training on AI, programming, and all that for both tertiary institution, senior high school, and basic school as well. I mean, as we were saying, Doctor was saying that you need to upskill. You need to relearn. Do you get it? You need to unlearn, and that is one of the things that we provide: certification courses on AI, programming, and all that. Over the years, so in terms of our kits, it's actually for age 8 years. In terms of the kit and the training that we do, it's 8 years and above, and all that. Over the years, we have provided trainings across the country. We've trained over 10,000 students around the country. As it stands currently, we have about 25 centers across the country that we provide training for every weekend. This are also both for, especially for students that less privileged, that do not even have access to technology or AI. In terms of the competition, as I mentioned, we organize for primary, JHS, and tertiary as well, also across the country. The company actually organized the biggest robotics competition in Ghana, which I'll be demonstrating some of the things that the students learn during the competition as well. So yeah, as I mentioned, in terms of the competition, we've actually trained around 5,000 students, which we have engaged around 155 schools across the country that participate each and every year. And this year, we will also be organizing one, the same at Legon here in October 13th to 15th, which I'll take this opportunity to invite all of you to also pass by and see some of the things that the children are doing as well. Yeah, so without wasting much time, let me just demonstrate some of the things that we do teach the students as well. So this is what is going to happen here. This is more like, let's say, a mini factory. And the main task is that we are going to program the robot to be able to detect and follow the line by itself. I'm not going to control it. The robot is going to perform everything by itself. Now, the task is to pick these trees and send it to their various allocations. I don't know if you can see, we have 3 green circles over here. So the robot is supposed to be able to pick up the trees and send it to the various allocation by itself. Then also these 2 blocks that we have here, the robot is supposed to push them off, then at the same time to pick this box and bring it home. Now, everything has to be done autonomous without anyone control. So let me just, I have the code here, let me just run it. All right, so our code is currently downloading from our computer to the robot. Then let's see what happened. Oh, sorry, we had issue. So now these are some of the issues that normally happen. So we realized that the robot was supposed to bring it here, but it did not because the sensor was not able to detect whatever it has to detect on the floor. So I'll just run it again. One last time. So as you can see, so what is going on over here is that while the students are learning how to program, there's a lot of critical thinking that is going on. There's a lot of problem solving that is going on. So they have to make sure that they're able to figure and make sure that the robot is able to still detect whatever it has to detect. So I'm still having issue with the sensor. I don't really know why. I think it's part of the light reflection. So let me try one more time, then you see what we can do. It's still not. All right, so let's just leave it this way. No, still. It's still. I don't know if we can turn this light off because it's the reflection, so it's using sensors under it, and the sensor is supposed to detect the black line. But what is happening now? So we know that black absorb light and white reflect light. So, but because of the printing of the banner, although it's black, it's still reflecting enough light. So the sensor is finding a bit difficult to differentiate that this is actually black or this is white. So this is what is happening here. Now, these are some of the challenges that normally happens on the real world, which the students still need to find a way to do the calibration and get it perfect. Yes, let me run it one more time, then you see what it does. So because of how the code is, if it makes one, it will actually make everything because of the command I've given it. Yes. That will be. Okay, so because of time, I'll just skip this side so we get to see how the other side works.
Mikano. All right, let's give him a big round of applause. Yes? Yes. Tech Hub Africa. Tech Hub Africa. You are right up next as well. Thank you. Tech Hub Africa. Yes. Impressive. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a lot of work to be able to put something like this together. We're very grateful. Fireflies.io. Thank you too.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said, you can, if you want to see most of the things that we do, you can follow us on our platform, that's Firefly.io. Then also on 13th or 15th of October, you can also pass by at GCB Lecture Hall to also experience some of this real in action. And I'm sure that one you get to see the students working as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Tech Hub Africa, and we're building Africa's borderless workplace through immersive experiences. We are an enterprise solutions provider at the intersection of talent, technology, and trust. We empower businesses, governments, and talent across the continent to lead in the digital age. Our mission is to build Africa's resilient digital workforce and secure immersive ecosystems for the global engagement. By helping HR and business executives move from normal engagement to 3D immersive borderless collaboration, using live experiences of how your organization can collaborate, recruit, organize or host, onboard, train, and host global meetings in the metaverse. We have 5 pillars of transformation, which are capacity building, cybersecurity services, smart work, and we are the first company in Africa to provide the global metaverse certification program. So if you want to learn to cast as a creator, you can speak to us later on and we can onboard you or give you more information. And we also provide web services. So for the next 10 minutes, I welcome you to journey with me into our Afroverse in the metaverse to experience a truly borderless workplace where our global team is ready to welcome you all. And my name is Jemima Prempe. I'm the co-founder and chief operating officer for Tech Hub Africa. With me here is Kingsley Aduhene, and he's our webmaster. So to the crowd, if anybody wants to put these glasses on, XR glasses on, so we can go into the metaverse together, you're more than welcome to come upstage with me. Anyone? Good, we've got a volunteer. So I welcome you into our Afroverse, where you can learn a lot about what happens in the metaverse. Thank you. Are you ready, Tech Hub?
I'm going to start the video, just an introduction of how to use our receptionist, and then we'll proceed from there. So step forward a little bit for me and here, and just look forward. See the
Hello, I am Aaron, your guide. Today I will be instructing you on... Let's begin. Approach the AI avatar and scroll your controller over the name above the AI's head. Wait for the Ask Me prompt to appear. Then click the Ask Me prompt to place the AI into listening mode. Once the AI indicates that it is listening, say hello or how are you to begin the conversation. After the AI responds to your greeting, continue the conversation by activating the Ask Me prompt before speaking to the AI. Speak naturally by asking your questions about the speaker, presentation, event, or any related topic. Speak in your normal conversational voice without using special commands or keywords, and the AI will respond and continue the interaction until you have received the information you need. Goodbye for now. Thank you and be blessed.
Goodbye, Aaron. Thank you. Okay, so before I interact with Adele, if you look to your right, you see the Fountain of Hope, and I like to talk about this briefly in every tour I do. This is an element Jemima and Doreen have included in the actual office that will be built very soon, and this just represents hope to people who might not have resources to be creative, to flex their skills and to do all of that. And that's the whole essence of building something like this, both in the metaverse and in reality, to give people an opportunity to just come together, to network, to explore, and just build their talent. So the Fountain of Hope. So now we move to Adele. We speak to Adele briefly, and then we move into the office, and then we go straight to the HR office. Hello, Adele.
Could you repeat that, please?
Hello, Adele.
Hello, Anakwaba. Welcome to Tech Hub Africa, Technology and Innovation Hub, where innovation and technology meet opportunity. I'm Adele, your executive receptionist and guest experience host for the hub. Before we begin, what language would you like us to speak today? Once you've selected your language, may I also have your name so I may address you personally throughout our conversation?
Okay, so
How
due
may
to
I
time, I'm
assist
not
you
going to
today?
proceed with the conversation. We're just going to go straight into the office. We will have a longer conversation with the HR AI, which is also similar. So we'll go through the introduction and all of that. But while you're walking through here, I just want you to look at the walls, and you see some elements of Ghanaian history. We have a bigger discovery wall that I'll show you later on as well, that just has important elements of Ghana, and that's what we try to do. The goal is to have an innovation center in different regions across Ghana. So whichever region you visit, you would see things that are particular to that region. So if you follow me, Sam, here you see the office and you see a bunch of workers here. We have two AIs here as well. We have Sam and we have Treshawn, who will talk about different things. Treshawn talks more about the CASTA program, and Sam speaks about Tech Hub more. So this is the ground floor. To your left, this is the cafeteria. We have some washrooms down there. We have an outdoor place where you can watch videos, you can have meetings, you can just hang out. Upstairs is really where the magic happens. But before we go there, we're going to go to the HR office. So Sam, if you want to follow me as well. Okay, Sam is moving very slowly.
So
okay,
all the people,
So
all the
before we step
avatars
into
you
the
see
HR office, actually, I want you to
represent
look to
people
the
in an
office
actual
on your
office.
left. Here, the Trailblazers Lounge and the Pamoja Robotics Lab. So if you just take a little peek inside, you see the robots we have in here. I think this is a really cool space because personally, I'm interested in robotics. So if you're ever in here, you can just fidget with them and explore and see what you can do with them. So now we go into the HR office, and in here, Doreen will take over and interact with one of the AIs here so that we see what it's like interacting with the HR AI in the metaverse. So, Doreen, I think you should take Marcus since Aaron and Sam have taken
Let
Aria.
Aaron start. Aaron, start with Aaron, then we'll go to
Okay.
Marcus.
Okay, Aaron, then you could all over to you then.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Could you repeat that, please?
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. Welcome, my name is Aria, your human resources AI assistant. I work alongside our human HR team to help with employment questions, workplace concerns, policies, benefits, training, recruitment, employee relations, and other HR matters. Before we begin, what language would you prefer, and what name would you like me to call you?
English and
Could you
Aaron.
repeat that, please?
English and Aaron.
Hello, Aaron. I'll continue in English. What can I help you with today?
I need an employee that is an extended reality expert. I need a job description.
Absolutely, Aaron. I can help draft a job description for an extended reality XR expert. Before I prepare it, a few details will help me make it accurate. 1. What is the job title you want?
Okay, Jody and Doreen, we don't want to go too long in here.
No, we
Yeah.
don't. So I'll take it over with Marcus and then we can move on to the next one. Thank you, Aaron.
Okay.
Right. Hello, Marcus.
Hello, my name is Marcus. I am an interactive human resources training simulation agent working in conjunction with ARIA, the HR specialist. I can present realistic workplace situations so you can practice interviewing an employee, applicant, supervisor, manager, or other person who needs HR assistance. Before we begin, what is your name and what language would you prefer?
Marcus, thank you very much. So, Joey, let's due to
Okay.
time. Those who are interested can definitely come back. That's all the stuff you mentioned. So, Joey,
And I
take
will
it.
mention, thank you. I will mention if you do come back and you actually engage with this AI, so you would see how in depth it gets, it really gets to the bottom of the situation, whatever it's talking about. So in this case, HR is going to go deep into HR, terminology and practice and all of that. So it's very efficient.
Okay,
So now we'll
so
just
please, let's
quickly
also
walk
pay
upstairs,
attention to our
just walk
DSS staff.
through the rest of the buildings, and
You
then
can
we go
see
straight to the exposition.
she's acting. Currently, she feel present over there. So as she's standing here, she's actually over there, and she feels like she's not here. Right. So she's in the metaverse. Now, I'm going to ask her some few questions. Now, sometimes if you are someone who feels dizzy regularly, you can't be on the metaverse for so long. So normally, before you even put on the metaverse, the precautions are you have to clear around your space where you are going to stand or where you are going to sit so that you can actually make progress on there. So I'm going to ask her what she's seeing currently. So, where you know?
I think I'm on the balcony and I'm looking around. Yes, I can see plants and then a staircase, right? Yes, I think that's what I'm seeing right now.
Where is the balcony?
Where is the balcony? I think it's upstairs.
The balcony is upstairs?
Yeah, and then there's a staircase on my left, which is more like a building, right? Okay, right now
Can you try and go there?
I'm in an office right now.
You are in an office right now. Okay, so what happens is, now we are all looking at this space, which is the metaverse. The beautiful thing is that the metaverse is always built. So for instance, we can choose to build this campus on the metaverse. We can choose to build your own offices, your companies. We can replicate your offices on the metaverse, which Tech Hub built this metaverse. So for instance, if you want your company, your business, your church to be on the metaverse, where all members are going to meet on the metaverse, we can build this kind of metaverse experience for you. Please, are we all together? Now, in the metaverse, it's like we are in a reality. So, for instance, when you are in a room here, you can move to various sections, right? The same way on the metaverse, you can move to various sections, various offices. So when I asked her, she made a comment that she's at the balcony. And there are other teams having meetings in various offices. A lot of people can come on, meet in a room, have a discussion. The beautiful thing is, all of us can be on the metaverse.
I can only choose to meet this lady in a single room and have a conversation with her, whilst other people are in the same building, but they won't hear what we are discussing. That is the experience of how the metaverse is. And within the metaverse, I was there when we were talking about the AI revolution and all that. Now, the beautiful thing is, the metaverse is another version, like the AI, a whole ecosystem or infrastructure on its own, which builds the reality. It gives you the environment. Please, everyone together. So the metaverse gives you the physical environment virtually. And within the metaverse, you can integrate these AI automations to perform your tasks in there. Please, are we together? And some of the judges said, metaverse can create a job. Yes, it can create a job because these offices, we built it. So if you need an office, you need someone to build that office. Please, are we together? So all students, you have to learn. These are some of the skills that you have to learn how to build on the metaverse. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to try the headset? Do you want to come up and then we're done?
Okay. So I want the wrong part. It just means strength, right? It means strength, kind of resilience, power. So I thought that was a good name to give to the gym and calm down. You see something to wear.
So while he's wearing the headset, what the metaverse does is it provides alternative jobs. So we've been talking about how AI is creating new jobs. People that are into architecture, content creation. I mean, you can build a whole concert on the metaverse, and you could be sitting in your bedroom and you feel like you're actually part of the concert. You see people jumping, and you can do the same thing through these amazing glasses. For HR, what it does is that it gives you a virtual reality office where you can summon your global employees to a meeting, and you can have all the conversations there. So if you want to know more about the metaverse or anything else that Tech Hub does, we'll leave our information behind and you can contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tech Hub Africa. We are so grateful for introducing us all into the metaverse. All right? Beautiful. Thank you as well. I think you have to guide him off the stage. Okay, good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the final section of the HR Tech Playground. Can we get some last minute energy? Yes, we made it all the way after so many hours. We are here, and I am grateful for all of your time and attention. Now, it just so happens that the company that I work with, Ikigai Software Limited, has our final demonstration. 5 minutes, and then we wrap up, and then we are done. Is that okay with everybody? Yes? Beautiful. We've been here until the very end, and you see a slide up here on the screen shortly. But effectively, what Ikigai does is that we're an AI software product, right? We produce AI software products, and not simply custom solutions for companies and corporates and even churches as well. But we actually deliver ready-made products. And this is our flagship product. This is the Help Desk. Now, rather than stand here and talk about all of the amazing things that Help Desk can do when it integrates with your company, when it integrates with your call center, I'm simply going to call our Help Desk agent that we trained on the NITA ICT Week and the Lene HR Tech Playground, and you shall hear for yourselves just how interactive and powerful this tool is.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Ikigai Help Desk. My name is Sanam, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the National ICT Week or the Lene HR Tech Playground.
Hi, Sanam. So I wanted to find out, when is the Tech Playground? Is it today?
Yes, the HR Tech Playground is today. It is day 2 of National ICT Week 2026. The program started this morning, Tuesday the 18th of August, at the City Conference Center, University of Ghana, Legon. If you would like details about the sessions or timings, just let me know.
Actually, I'm curious. There's supposed to be some product demonstrations. Is Ikigai available for the product demonstration?
Yes, there are product demonstrations happening today. The main exhibition and product demos are from 5 minutes to 3 in the afternoon until 4 o'clock. Technology companies, including Ikigai, will be showcasing their solutions. You can walk around, see live demonstrations, and speak with the team.
Okay, so
if you want
I'm
details
curious.
about a specific...
Senam, could you actually tell us about Ikigai's software products?
Of course. Ikigai is an AI-first technology company based in Accra. One of its main products is StudyMate. StudyMate is an AI-powered e-learning platform with an intelligent voice tutor. It helps learners study smarter using AI to guide and answer questions.
Okay, Senam, I think I'm
Ikigai
no longer
also has
interested. So why don't you tell me about the National ICT Week instead?
No problem at all. National ICT Week is a major event in Ghana's technology calendar. It opened on Monday, the 17th of August.
And the opportunities are endless. Now, to demonstrate this, I want to have 5 people just come up forward here. I'm going to have all of you call the exact same number at the same time to show what we call concurrency. Because this system is capable of running multiple calls intelligently while being able to store all of the information. So, can I have just 5 people just walk up to me, right, and I'll have you call this number and you all interact with the exact same agent asking completely different questions in a completely interactive manner. This can then become your immediate help desk at your company. It can call up to 1,000 people in 24 hours, thus bringing a whole lot more efficiency to any call center that you will ever have. And the call center agents are still going to be very valid because there's real-time call transferring. For instance, I spoke about how when you speak Chi, there's not many AIs, if any, that are capable of understanding. But once it detects a language that it cannot understand, it simply transfers a call to a real agent. And that brings a lot more value to those who are there and ready by increasing the traffic. Imagine you have 10,000 leads and you want to get through all of them only for about 150 of them to be able to sign up. The AI calls all 10,000 people throughout a campaign and then lets you know this person was interested, this person said no, this person wanted this. Now the call center agents come in the morning and they see a full analytical report of every call that was made and they can only focus on the ones that are most valuable. Can I have just 2 more people just to come and make the call with me? All right, any students that would love to come and experience this and just have this experience. So, kindly come here. So the number that I want you to call is, all right, so just going to call it out. You can try it out in the audience. I'm going to call out the number. You can call if you want, if you don't want to come up here. 059 692 2280. So this is the Ikigai help desk that we trained specifically for the Lene HR Tech Playground. So you're going to call it.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions Ikigai Help Desk, ICT Week, or the Lene HR Tech Playground.
So when is the ICT Week going to end?
So I wanted to find out something about the National ICT Week.
Thank you for reaching out. National ICT Week started on Monday, 2026, opened on Monday.
And thus demonstrating concurrency. The ability to speak to multiple people, so it never has to be a case that, oh, I was calling this company and they had to put me on hold. You can completely forego the hold, you can increase your traffic, and you can meet the needs of every one of your customers. Not only is Help Desk capable of AI voice calls, we also have SMSs, we also have emails, and we also have WhatsApp. There might be a few of you in this room who actually received an email directly from us that we're blasting throughout the weekend. Because call center agents may not be available over the weekend, neither may they be available at 2 a.m. So think about it. Your company is now going to be accessible 24/7 without delay with maximum accuracy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ikigai Software Limited, and this is your help desk. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Any final questions or comments before we wrap up? Yes, Emanuela. You can run down. Come. You can find us on LinkedIn, Ikigai Software Limited, for those that want to check.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask if you could take 2 people at a time, like talk to 2 different people at a time. Really?
Yes, so that's what we're demonstrating. You can talk to 2 people. You can talk to actually up to 40 people at the exact same time. That's 40 different conversations, all independently tracked. And if Ikigai is integrated with your own company software, you have a view that we call tickets. So you can actually see the summary of what every conversation was. Every conversation is completely transcribed. So later on, all of the feedback that you actually have from the event or from whichever survey that you might have run, the AI actually uses all the transcribed conversations to give you insights for management decisions that you would like to be able to take. Because think about it, you're never really hearing from your customers directly. And even with the forums and so on, imagine somebody is able to speak freely. Everything that is said, the management is able to use that for all types of business intelligence reports. And this is the true value of the help desk. Yes, I think... Thank you as well. Yes.
Thank you. Very impressive. Coming from a compliance perspective, so I want to understand. For example, we started by looking at Smart Infra Code, talking about the Ghana data center. Is your solution hosted locally or internationally? And if it is, what are the measures that have been put in place? Because again, from a compliance perspective, when I advise my a client, I want to make sure that, for example, the voice, where is it going to be stored? Have you built in something called privacy by design and security by design to ensure that the companies that sign up to this have the added assurance or guarantee that your system will enable them meet regulatory compliance requirements?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it is very, very relevant. So currently, Ikigai has cloud storage that is not based in Ghana, that is based in the US, all right? Cloud storage. However, okay, what we do recommend for our clients, especially corporate clients, if the company is capable of affording it, they host all of their data locally, right? They host it on their own servers, they keep and they have full data ownership of that, right? Other companies would like to use third-party cloud storages just because maybe the expense here in Ghana might be a little bit high, right? But it is possible, I think from this presentation. So I was particularly interested when I saw Smart Infraco as well, because now it has created a new opportunity for us as a company where we don't need to outsource our data all the time, right? And by way of mentioning, Ikigai is also under the Ghana Data Protection Act 843, right? So very, very, very necessary. So all of the voices that you see have all been officially trained, consent, and so on. These are AI voices, but then depending on the company that you want, depending on the voice that you want, right, we can actually have one of your staff members train the voice themselves. And so it sounds like them, right, with their full consent, and it's only going to be used for the purpose of that help desk. Okay. Yes, all of this software is locally developed, right, by our in-house engineers. All right, so this is a solution that we've developed there. Now, I have double role as a presenter and an MC, and I would love to bring this event to a fantastic close. Once again, thank you all for your attention. So we'd just like to welcome Mr. La to give us any final remarks and then bring the HR Tech Playground 2026 to an official close. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Fantastic. So we shall have Mr. Clement Wiredu to give us closing remarks. The General Manager of Lene HR People. One more time, round of applause.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Toby. On behalf of the executive of Lene HR, I would like to thank you. I know there are very few people here now. We're almost all gone. But thank you. It's been a very brilliant day, a lot of insightful discussions into AI and what it does for the HR community and for our platforms. Again, a very insightful last presentation. I wish this was done the first thing that we started today. I think it will indeed have generated a lot of discussions. I was sitting in awe of, what was believable and what could be done. Particularly the 40 calls at a time and all of that. That's very, very impressive. It tells you what is available out there. So till next year, when we meet again, perhaps in a different setting, perhaps in a different environment, we'll hear stories of how far you've gone and all other products that were shown here this evening and this afternoon. We know that the sky is the limit, right? With those Googles, with the mega, what do you call it? The metaverse and all of that. Certainly we'll get there. And I'm trustful that Linnea will be on top of that. We shall be the #1 HR tech company when we come again, and we shall broadly state that. We probably would have absorbed all of you into our umbrella. Yeah. So thank you all very much, and thank you for coming, and have a safe journey back home. Thank you.